Podcast starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
What's up, San Diego? Welcome into Gwynn and Chris on this Tuesday afternoon. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby. Chris Ello will join us in a bit, around 4 o'clock, a couple hours from now. Just hanging with Scraby and I until then. Full 4-hour show today. Aztecs go down to the Zags last night, and what was, I don't know if it was, the game never got away from the Aztecs, but they never really quite threatened in that ball game. They go down 80-68 or 80-67.
80-67.
80-67.
I think there's some positivity to come out of this game.
Yeah.
I know we're talking to Dave Velasquez, assistant coach at 240, so I'm sure he'll have some positivity. But, I mean, didn't they beat Baylor by 40? That's not a bad loss to lose to Gonzaga by 13. And they were right there for a second. They just couldn't get over that hump.
Yeah, never quite made it
Reachable.
I don't know, reachable's not there. They didn't put the pressure on Gonzaga.
And that's what Brian Dutcher said after.
It never quite got there. And so, but it was a good measuring stick for the Aztecs. I think it's important to remember, this is a very, very young Aztec team. I know they got a few seniors on this ball club, some of which are hurt right now in Waters right now. So, they're out there doing it with a lot of youth. And at times that showed last night. I'll be interested to hear what Coach Velasquez has to say on what he and the staff saw from last night's game. But I do think there's certainly some positives you can take from that game. I know Miles Byrd was questionable going into that game. He ended up playing, but he certainly looked like that ankle was affecting him a little bit last night. He ended up with no buckets or no points, and that's something, I don't think you expect from Miles Byrd. I think he's kind of come into his own here, really trying to approach this season as one of the leaders this year, even if he's only, a redshirt sophomore, I believe. So, like I said, there's definitely some positives you can pull from it.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell it's a young team sometimes because they got into the bonus early in the first half and they weren't able to get to the line as much as they should have.
Yeah, they weren't able to take advantage.
A veteran team, I think, would probably find some more ways to get on the line, but that's nitpicking, really.
Yeah. You saw, as I said, Bagun Guaf got some minutes in that. He goes scoreless. Miles Byrd goes scoreless. And so this isn't the healthiest San Diego State team. Yet they still fought hard. They gave up 40 points in both halves. It's not something you typically see in terms of how well the team shot it. I think for the most part, the Aztecs, I don't think they were able to kind of impose their will defensively, like we're used to seeing them do. I think Gonzaga shot 41% in the first half. They shot 43% in the second half. Typically, from an Aztec team, you see them keep teams under 40%, and then that gets better in the second half in a lot of times. So,
and then what did Dutch say about Gonzaga? They probably didn't forget the year before when the Aztecs went up there and beat them.
All of these guys are returning. All of Gonzaga was returning from last year's whooping that the Aztecs put on them.
I mean, Brian Dutcher, he said it a lot after the game. Brian Dutcher's super honest, and he was like, going into the game, we knew it was going to be really tough. So he was just happy to see them play the way that they did, even though they were down a couple guys, down their better players as well. And Gonzaga's not a bad team. They're going to be going deep into the tournament.
Aztecs got out-rebounded by 13. That's a spot where you'd like to keep it a little bit closer, especially in a game where you probably are undermanned a little bit.
They also had two guys go out due to cramping.
Yeah. Cramping
I don't know what is going on.
It's an epidemic around the country.
When you were playing professional sports, did you get enough fluids?
I did. I mean, there were maybe like a handful of times throughout my entire time playing sports where I caught a cramp. Never, I can remember in game. be like in bed in the middle of the night after I've been like dehydrated from playing, and I might catch one, but never in mid-game. I'm fortunate from that standpoint.
I'm not going to discount that it probably does not feel great. It's just very strange how some of these athletes cannot figure out a way to stay hydrated.
I think a lot of it is sweat. Like when there, certain people perspirate a lot more than others.
Me.
You see the guys on the field all the time who have the salt marks in their hat. Like
Joe,
those are guys that sweat a little bit more. And sometimes when you're keeping up that kind of pace and you're sweating like that, it's tough to keep enough fluids to keep you from cramping. But clearly, it's not something that happens to everybody.
They need Bobby Boucher, the water boy. They need him to be the water boy because no one would ever have a cramp if he was the water boy.
But certainly Dave Velasquez to join us in the 2 o'clock hour. Matt Snyder in the 5 o'clock hour. Chris Ello, hopefully, in the 4 o'clock hour. The Aztecs are on the road not tonight, but tomorrow they play, right?
I believe so, yeah. The California Baptist, Braden told me before I left.
CBU.
He said, don't call them Cal Baptist, which is what I was going to call them. Apparently, they don't like it. So California Baptist. I thought Riverside was much further, so it's only like 2 hours. Oh, that's where he's going.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll be on at like 4-ish, 4 to 4:30, and then he's going to take us the rest of the way. We have a Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
Should be fun, as always. Cowboys. We got to talk about them a little bit. I mean,
what about how bad they are?
They're real bad.
I want to dance all over the
Cowboy grave.
Yes, but I can't because my team stinks too.
Yeah, your team is not very good either.
So they're 5-5, but they're looking better than the Cowboys. Now
Cowboys
this whole
stadium is falling apart.
This whole thing is crazy because I finally saw video of the little piece of sheet metal falling to the ground, and although it was like a feather in the wind falling, it wasn't falling fast. There was a guy that had to get out of the way, and I'm sure it wouldn't have felt good. But the shots of everyone standing on the field like Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy staring up at the ceiling like they have something to do with it is hilarious. But the NFL had them go up there, a stadium employee, and had to secure another piece of sheet metal to something so that they could continue playing the game. They had to keep the roof closed. But they had this shot of the guy who was fixing it. Like, how did these people do it, Tony? I don't understand how you can go up there and do that.
Every time I go to a stadium and I look up, especially a stadium that has it's a roof that opens and closes.
Yeah.
And I look up and I see that catwalk.
I
ask myself, who on God's green earth wants to do that for a living? I certainly am not one.
When I grew up in the Bay Area,
I would be so incapable of I would be army crawling across because that just standing up from those type of heights would I wouldn't be able to stay
I wouldn't be able to do it either. When I was a kid, I used to see those guys walk up the Golden Gate Bridge on those little, the things that go back up towards the top, Tony. Those guys walking up towards the top, like that is incredibly scary. There's also a movie that I started to watch and I couldn't do it, but it's about these two girls that get caught on the top of a radio tower and they have no way down and they're like extreme climbers or something. I started watching this movie and most of it's on the top of this radio tower.
No shot.
Couldn't do it. Could not do it. That is one thing that I'm feeling right now is like the anxiety of being on top of a radio tower, Tony.
Yeah, no, that sounds horrifying. Now, there has been some good news in terms of the Roki Sasaki news. If you remember, we talked about it last week, that there is a certain time that the Padres are hoping that he is posted, meaning that he is made available.
It's like after December 12th.
It is, I think, something around. I think it's earlier than that. Actually,
okay. I'm gonna go. I know I have it in my notes. Why don't you check that week.
As I get into this good news? Ken Rosenthal wrote an article today in The Athletic.
December 2nd.
December 2nd. Wrote an article in The Athletic today talking about how some of the Latin players are going to be the unintended consequence that, who maybe have been given verbal agreements that a deal is coming down. If their team actually then turns to Sasaki, those agreements will go up in smoke. That being said, the reason why this is good news is because it has been said that it is highly likely that Roki Sasaki will be posted after December 2nd, which makes life so much easier for the Padres. Remember, they spent pretty much all of their international money on
I believe the
DeVries,
exact
right?
the exact number is $2,200
That's what they have left.
Yes.
Don't think that's going to get a Sasaki. Just have this sneaky suspicion that $2,500.
Not even $2,500, $2,200
is not going to seal the deal.
He can't even afford a studio in PB for that.
Yeah, he can't afford a lot out here.
Yeah, exactly.
He might be staying with you or I at that point.
I'll take it. If he comes to San Diego, he can come hang out.
That being said, if he is posted after December 2nd, the clock starts over. Basically, the money is replenished.
$6.2 million is what they have.
$6.2 million. They have to go out and try to lure Sasaki here to San Diego. So it sounds like that is exactly what's going to happen, which made sense the whole time. I said that last week when we were talking about it. It would be in his best interest as well as the team he's on best interest to do it after, because more suitors would be available. The Padres certainly weren't the only team that had already spent their international money.
Yeah, correct.
And if he wants to have all options available to him, you might as well wait till after the 2nd, where everybody's money's replenished.
Now, I'm just seeing so many, and maybe I'm just really
I shouldn't say
aware.
replenished. It's not like somebody's going in there and like, all right, here's your 6 points. It's just they can now spend that money.
Yes, but I get what you're saying by replenish, because it kind of is replenished. It's not being able to be used.
But it's not like MLB's coming by
Rob Manfred's not giving
cash
him a
box
sack.
and it's like, here you go, 6.5 here, 6.5 here. Oh, you got a little bit left over from last year. Here's your 6.5.
Yes. I do love imagining Rob Manfred doing that. Maybe I'm just like super aware of what's going on with the Dodgers and stuff, but it's like everybody, it's a done deal. He's to the Dodgers.
I think that's
speculation at its finest.
That is the default now. I think Dodgers, when any free agent is available, based on their success in free agency over the last 4 years, right? It's three out of 4 years. You'd say you're going to default to the team that usually spends the most and has had the success.
They're meeting with Juan Soto today too.
Just remember, it wasn't that long ago where the Padres had 3 consecutive off seasons of signing a free agent, a big-time free agent.
Yeah, but no one was ever like,
certainly going to the
the Padres have it. It's a done deal.
That's fair.
No one's ever said that. It's always been Dodgers or Yankees.
No one has ever said that is the truest thing ever said. That is absolute fact.
Like if Juan Soto goes to the Dodgers, I don't know how they're going to handle this in the next CBA. Because something would have to happen.
If what now?
If Soto signs with the Dodgers.
No, nothing. What do you mean?
In the next CBA, they got to make something where the deferrals don't make sense.
They're going to single out the Dodgers specifically and say, Dodgers, you guys can't do this.
I know it sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. but it
sounds crazy.
And I know that all players have the option to do the whole deferral thing. And I know that the Dodgers are paying like $45 million a year on the luxury tax for Shohei Ohtani, but this is allowing them to sign all these players or even be mentioned with all these players.
This has anything to do with it, actually. Roki Sasaki is getting paid out of a completely different fund.
You're right about that.
So it has really nothing to do with the deferral.
I'm glad we worked through this because you're right.
Maybe the Soto
thing is where I was going.
Has more.
I read that
impact.
Sasaki might not want to be like
I heard
fiddle
that too.
to Shohei Yamamoto.
I didn't just hear that. I also heard that he, just from a standpoint of privacy, he's not really into. Some of the same stuff.
San Diego's pretty good. People will leave you alone.
Yeah, no, they'll leave you alone for sure.
Maybe.
You won't have paparazzi or anything like that chasing after you or anything.
No,
like
especially because he's trying to find a place to live for $2,200. It's not easy. Not easy for Roki.
All right, let's get to break. We'll dive further into the Jackson Merrill situation.
I'm just getting over it.
Well, I mean, I think more has come to light with the PPI. We explained it a little bit yesterday, but you start to see, well, you're not starting to see. There has been some impact. There will be some impact because of the way the awards were handed out. We'll discuss on the other side. More Gwynn and Chris.
Do you feel like it's almost...
There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are just leaving 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off the birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are just leaving 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off the birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt.
leaving the golf course, and we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble, and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us, and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble. And Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well. But our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So. So Chris says I can't play golf, but this is the second.
I'm gonna have to deal with Chris's camera today.
This camera is possessed.
It literally is. It turns its head, it spins its head around
Like the Exorcist.
Like the Exorcist. So, welcome in, Gwynn and Chris, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby, Chris Ello, joining us in the 4 o'clock hour, hopefully. Matt Snyder in the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to be grilling him a little bit.
Oh, his feet are going to be to
his
the fire.
feet will be held to the heat.
Yes.
As he was one of the East Coast members that, although often is praising the Padres.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been one of the first ones. There was a bandwagon ever created. He was one of the first on it. Before the Padres actually got to full potential.
He likes talking positively about the Padres.
He does. But he did not like Jackson Merrill as the first place
hurts.
rookie of the year. We'll get to hear his perspective, what he saw, and I certainly plan on telling him. And he gave his vote away in our last conversation that we had with him. I knew from his voice.
From his voice,
we
all did.
The tone changed when we brought it up.
Because at a certain point, he was the Jackson Merrill is the rookie of the year, and then, like you said, it just kind of changed, and I don't know what changed. But
I wonder if. I mean, I'm sure he knew he had to vote the whole time, so never mind. Let's get into some of the consequences.
Yeah, because it actually works against the Pirates.
We'll get to the Pirates in a sec. Dennis Lynn, a friend of the show that we have on here from time to time, wrote an excellent article today in The Athletic, kind of highlighting what is it PPI? Is it what's it called?
PPI, yes.
The PPI. Could you give me the exact what is PPI breakdown for me, please?
It is. Oh, now you're putting me on the spot.
Man.
I just read it earlier.
I knew
it's
you
player
had it.
performance in not index. Gosh, now you're putting me on the spot. Let me see.
Prospect promotion incentive.
So I wasn't right at all.
No, you were completely wrong. Bearer
Same
of
thing,
misinformation.
Same thing, though. Player performance, prospect promotion, same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, I guess so, if you want to go that route. Nonetheless, Dennis Lynn wrote a really terrific article kind of highlighting that Jackson Merrill is exactly what the PPI was made for, right? It encourages teams to bring up their young prospects now, not try to manipulate it, which is what the Pirates did and were banged for. We'll get to that in a sec. But Jackson Merrill, by the way, is still eligible for the PPI next year. It's not just in your rookie season. So if, Jackson Merrill one-ups this year and is third in the MVP race, as my guy for the Royals is.
Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt Jr. is likely to be.
Mm-hmm.
Royals will get that compensation pick. He'll get a little bit of extra change, and he'll get a full service. Paul Skeens, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Is gonna end up actually being rewarded. Remember, Pirates manipulated his time.
Remind everybody what that means, because I know we talked a lot about it during the Fernando Tatis Jr. days.
Right. Padres did not, and have really a track record at this point under A.J. Preller of not manipulating service time. and bringing guys up when they think they can help.
And manipulation of service time is
basically keeping a guy in the minor leagues past a certain date so that he doesn't, at least in the old rules, would not get full credit for that year. Meaning that pushes arbitration a year further back, which means you get to hang on to the product.
It's a way for owners to be cheap.
First, well, it's a way to be cheap, and it's a way to keep the services at a low price for longer, right?
It's a way for owners not to reward their players too.
Exactly. And so the Padres have a chance to be rewarded. They aren't at this point, right? Jackson Merrill was up the full season. They were in the area of being able to be rewarded.
He might be the poster boy for why this was created. Not that he was in mind, but his situation.
He's not the poster boy
caused
for
us
why
to talk about.
He's not the poster boy for why it's created. Poster boy for why it's created is Chris Bryant. When he was with the Cubs, remember? I don't know if you remember. They manipulated his service time, and it ended up pushing him back a further year, and you've seen the kind of injuries that have kind of taken place in that time. But he was quite upset about it. That's what really got the ball rolling.
So in the new CBA.
It was becoming, I mean, it wasn't becoming, it had been an intentional thing for quite some time. It was just like the secret that wasn't a secret, right? If teams keep you down till May 28th, it will bring you up. You're just 2 days past the deadline of being able to get full service time for it. Now we get to keep you an extra year. Boom.
But the incentive was for the Padres to get this pick by bringing Jackson Merrill to the opening day roster.
That's the incentive, but that's not what
happened?
The Padres have in mind when they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're doing it because, man, Jackson Merrill's a good ball player. He can help us win a lot of games. Let's bring him up. That's why they're doing it. Now, if he ends up balling and staying up the whole year and being a successful call-up, guess what? You have a chance to be rewarded for that. In the Pirates case, they manipulated Paul Skeens' time. They'll keep that extra. They thought they were going to keep that extra year.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, he was so good that because he is the rookie of the year, he'll get credit for that full service time. And they could have just brought him up in April and not had to deal with this. Now he's going to actually be treated as if he was called up from the beginning anyway. They don't get that extra year of service time.
And they will not receive a bonus pick.
And they don't receive the bonus pick.
So this works against the 100%. Pirates.
Because they didn't call him up from the beginning of the season, they don't get they're ineligible for the PPI incentive pick.
A first-round pick is a pretty big deal.
It's actually in between the first and the second round. It used to be what they called a sandwich pick. So it's like
baseball's so weird with all their different rules, I gotta say. It's 100+ years of trying to figure this out.
There are basically some picks. It's not all 30 teams get picks in this area, but there are a few teams that get picks in between the last pick of the first round and the first pick of the second round.
Ron has an interesting point. Curious if this was an MLBPA rule or owner's rule. MLBPA voted for Merrill as Rookie of the Year. Also, why not the top Rookie of the Year who started the season? Well, the last part. But
the MLBPA, or the Major League Baseball Players Association, wanted, remember, going back to the collective bargaining agreement, they wanted to make it so that you didn't have to be with an organization for 7 years. They wanted to shrink that.
Yeah.
This was the compromise. All right.
The owners were
like, nah, we're not doing that. But here's what we can do. We'll incentivize teams bringing their young studs up early. We'll also allow them, these rookies, if they are Rookie of the Year or one of the top tier prize winners, they can make bonus money where that wasn't the case before. So it was kind of a compromise on the owner side. They kind of gave a tiny, tiny bit. But that's how this all came about. The MLBPA was pushing to shrink the years before you become a free agent. Owners were like, nah, we're not doing that. This is what you got for it.
It does seem like it takes a long time for a baseball player to get to a point where they're making like real money. I know that they're making real money, but
Yes,
real money.
Is
that to weed out?
For a small percentage, it's 2+ years. Those are what they call Super 2s. Those guys will reach arbitration after their second year. But it's a small percentage. Everybody else has to wait till 3 years. In that time frame, you basically got to be a dude. You got to be a dude that's playing every day or out there close to every day or playing a lot, getting a lot of ABs, because by the time you go to arbitration, it actually has to be, you have to actually have built a workload, basically.
Yeah, you got to know what you're going to bring.
And that's the tough part. Can you get through those 3 years? When you get to that part, that's when you start to get the increases. Then can you continue to produce? Because you still got another 3 before you get to free agency.
And then you get to free agency, and if you're really good, you'll get paid.
You're gonna get paid. That's
the goal.
That's the goal.
That's the goal.
My dad always used to say, man, don't haggle over draft compensation because you can't make any real money till you get to big leagues anyway. So you might as well start the journey ASAP. All right, let's get to break. Now is the time. We get to talk a little college basketball. David Velasquez, assistant coach for the Aztecs men's team, will join us here shortly, right here on Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and Wood.
4:37 here on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby, Chris Ella will join us in the 4 o'clock hour. Coach Dave Velasquez joining us here shortly. Aztecs go down last night, 80-67 to the Zags, number 4 team in the nation. Game never got in chase down distance, if you will. But Aztecs kept it relatively competitive all game.
Yeah.
This was not a healthy Aztec ball club by any stretch, but nonetheless, there are no moral victories in sports, and the Aztecs get their first loss of the season. It's great.
I always try to find the moral victory.
You seem like a moral victory type of guy.
Yeah, but then I realize how dumb I am for thinking about the moral victory because, like you said, there are no moral victories in the records. You know, it's win or loss. But they have a lot. They have a pretty tough schedule coming up for them.
Yeah, this is the beginning.
Yeah, this is just the
schedule.
beginning because they're going to go to Vegas and play in this tournament against some of those good teams, and it just doesn't get any easier.
No, just to kind of put the exclamation point. They head to Vegas. They're guaranteed to face Creighton, who
number 14,
top 15. You got Oregon after that, and then TBA could be another one of the top tier teams that are in that tournament. Fresno State, San Diego State, University of San Diego, California Baptist.
California Baptist.
I was told that is not acceptable.
That is true.
And then you start getting into the conference schedule, which we know by now is usually one of the tougher, conferences in all of basketball, all of college basketball.
Do you think because of the recent success, we just have a big expectation that they're going to be Sweet 16 every year from here on out? It's part of being successful is that people now expect you to be successful. But like with the Aztecs football team, I didn't think they were going to be great, but I didn't think they were going to be 3-7.
Does it feel like that to you that if the Aztecs don't get to a Sweet 16?
Oh, to me,
I don't know that it feels like that to me.
It probably doesn't.
Maybe because we're 3 games in. Maybe that's possibly why 4 games in.
It probably doesn't though, because this team is not as star-studded than the past couple years with Vermont Butler and Matt Bradley, and so I don't think that it's fair for us to expect the Sweet 16 run. But
I don't have any expectations
every year.
I don't have any expectations as of yet. I think this was a good, as I said, measuring stick point for the Aztecs in terms of us on the outside looking at this team. How good can they be? You definitely saw some flashes of a team that could be really good in that ball game last night. Creighton's another big test. You go from number 4 in the nation to number 14 in the nation. And this is a team that Aztecs have some history.
They do.
I think they lost a game to them in the...
It was a hard loss, too.
Was that in the tournament?
It was in the tournament a couple years ago.
They bounced back. They beat them in a...
tournament game.
In a tournament game.
They
also beat them in a regular season game, too, that year, I believe.
You have a better memory than I.
They faced them early in a tournament in Iowa. And so, the Aztecs have some history. That matchup is November 26th, so it's about a week away from today. And the Aztecs will have their next challenge ahead of them. All right, let's get to our interview for the day. Coach Dave Velasquez, San Diego State's assistant coach, joins us here on Gwynn and Chris. Coach Velasquez, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you on. Let's start with last night. A tough loss to a very, very good basketball team. From a staff point of view, you go into this game, you're not at your full strength, but there are certain things you want to see. What was it that you guys saw as a staff that was encouraging? What was it from a staff standpoint that you guys know you got to keep at a little bit?
Oh, there's a lot of things you learned from last night. Obviously, we went into the game, like you had mentioned, that we're not at full strength. And then the game starts, and we are, Miles Bird was banged up before the game had started, and then he's not even available, for basically half the game. And then Farrell Compton, who gave us really good minutes in the first half, he's only able to play 13 minutes, and he starts, cramping up. And then you have Magoon Guath, who has foul trouble and has to play limited minutes with his 5 fouls. So, we don't have that many guys available. It's hard to beat anybody, and then especially one of the best teams in the country, and especially a top 5 team at home that's the most experienced team in the country. And the last time we had a really experienced team like that, we went to a national championship game.
Yeah.
And that's how important the experience in college basketball has become, and especially nowadays in this new world that we're living in with the transfer portal. And so, we ran into a very, very good Gonzaga team, and they did a lot of good things against us that we're going to learn from, and we're going to grow from, and we're going to steal some things that they did that helped them be successful, and we're going to put it in our own systems that we do. So, we learned a lot, though, and you always want to learn through winning. That's the number one thing San Diego State has done throughout the years. This is not the first time we had expectations. We've been good for a very long time.
Yeah.
And we expected to go into that game and win that game. There's no question about it. But at the end of the day, you have to try to learn through winning. And unfortunately, from last night, we have to learn through losing, which is okay, especially with this team that we have. Like Coach Dutch talked about after, it's not always going to go your way every single night. There's not going to be a lot of teams that go undefeated throughout the season. But as long as we learn from our mistakes last night, as long as we grow, then at the end of the day, you move on, and we know what our schedule is, and that's, if you want to be a top 25 program, if you want to be considered one of the elites, these are the type of schedules you play, and that's what our players signed up for when they came to San Diego State, and we expect to win these games.
We're talking to SDSU assistant men's basketball coach Dave Velasquez here on 97.3 The Fan, and I don't know if you were listening to us just before you came on, but I asked the question of expectations among fans, and if the fans probably expect this team to go deep into the tournament every year, which is a good thing because it means you guys are good every single year, but do you feel fan expectations?
I've been here for 23 years. Our expectations are never going to be lower than the fans.
Okay,
we have the highest of expectations, but in this new world, if you want to talk about fan expectations, I mean, that comes with the price.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's just the real world. I did hear you guys mention the football team. Well, at the end of the day, this NIL world is real.
Yeah.
So, I mean, fans' expectations at times, not with our team. I'm not talking about us. We need all the help we can get, and we love our fans, and our fans are part of the reasons why our players come to San Diego State. I mean, Bayhouse Arena last night was absolutely rocking.
Yeah.
I mean, to be in that environment, to have that environment, it's one of the best in the country. It's arguably the best on the West Coast. I mean, Bayhouse Arena is a special place to play, and with this NIL world, we've had some support. We need more support, but that's just the world we live in nowadays. That's every college program across the country.
Coach Velasquez, as we're sitting there talking, and you mentioned, the kind of the youth that you have on this roster. I go back to the first half of last night's game. You guys get into the bonus pretty early, but aren't able to quite get to the line to kind of take advantage of that. Is that a sign of the youth that you have in there, or is that just kind of how the game was called there after that point?
That's a great question. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit, it's not just the youthfulness. I think it's the amount of time together.
Okay.
I think when we get to that situation in January, it's not necessarily going to be the youthfulness. It's going to be more kind of, we can get this guy in this position, this space to go get fouled, or, okay, instead of this mid-range, maybe I'm going to get to the rim and force myself to get to the foul line. I mean, to me, it's one of those things where at the end of the day, we've played one real Division I game before last night.
Right.
So not only are we have a little bit of youthfulness amongst our team and trying to add so many new pieces. I mean, this is the most new pieces that we've ever added to a San Diego State team since 98, 99 when Coach Fisher took over.
Right.
I mean, this is about as much as new as we've ever been. We've usually been, like I had mentioned earlier, the more experienced teams. We've had so much experience coming back. So this is all new, and it's something that we're going to continue to grow from. But, yeah, I think as we go along, I think it'll be easier to get to the foul line than it was last night when we drew those really early fouls early in the game.
Coach Dave Velasquez joins us here on Gwynn and Chris, assistant men's basketball coach. And, Coach Velasquez, you talked about, and we're all seeing it, we're all seeing the landscape change in all of college sports. And one of the things we've come to know for a fact is that a San Diego State Aztec men's basketball team usually starts to crystallize after the new year, coming in January, February. Does that message get harder when you're having to bring in so many new faces. Because as you said, this used to be a university that you guys were usually the most experienced, and so having to hammer that in there may not been as such a big task. But with so many new faces, is that message harder to get across to the young men?
Well, no, we have a really coachable group. That's one of the things. You talk about the transfers that came in here. They all came in here to win.
Yeah.
Whether it was Nick Boyd playing against us in the Final Four and saw the type of winning program we had, how we played, how together we were, our chemistry, or Jared Coleman-Jones, who came from Middle Tennessee State, and before that was Northwestern. He had not gone to the NCAA tournament. He wants to go. Wayne McKinney from down the street, he wants to go. He wants to play in the NCAA tournament. So you have all these guys plus the freshmen and the new guys, along with the guys coming back. I mean, this team, you come here to win. So it's easy to, I don't want to say it's easy, but they understand, the task at hand, which is we have to win. And, yeah, we are going to play our best basketball in January and February. I think if you look it up, I think Coach Dutcher and Bill Self are the two winningest coaches in the last 8 years in February. I mean, our teams have gotten better and better throughout the season, and we're not expecting anything different from this year. But our teams also understand that there is when you come to San Diego State, not only do you come here to win, you're expected to win, and that's what our mindset is moving forward. And getting to watch film with half the team today, and we had the day off from practice, but the guys stopped by the office, and nobody's happy. There's no moral victories here. The job is to win every game we play, but at the same time, we learned a lot of great lessons last night.
What is it about Coach Dutch that seemingly attracts these type of players? I mean, because at least from the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like the type of mindset that frequents San Diego State's men's basketball program is a mindset that is out there in abundance. But yet the Aztecs seem to find these guys that fit. What is it about this program and about Coach Dutch and the staff that seemingly attracts these type of players?
I think a lot of people just want to be treated the right way. And at the same time, they want to be held accountable and also be a part of something special. And Coach Dutcher, the way he can handle, whether we had won last night or lost last night, I could be the first to tell you, being around him this long, he'd be the same person no matter what.
Yeah.
And he doesn't ride this crazy roller coaster ride. And for players, and you've been there before, you've had managers in the past that when you guys are winning a hot streak, you think you're the greatest hitter and outfielder in the world, and then when you guys are playing bad, you're the worst. I mean, he's never likes that. And I think players, that starts to kind of, that reputation gets out there, especially from former guys and guys that have been around him. He's about as normal of a head coach as you can be in any sport, and especially in college basketball. And he's just a great person, high character, and our guys, the families, they want their kids to be around that, and their sons. And so it's there's a lot, but the winning culture is probably number one, and then just Coach Dutcher, who he is as a person, and we try to all carry ourselves that way.
We're talking to Coach Velasquez, assistant men's basketball coach for San Diego State. And I wanted to ask, because you were saying that the team is pretty young right now. Is it almost easier to coach up a bunch of younger players, or is it easier to deal with the veterans who you can teach in a different way? Because I'm a little curious about which side is easier to get through to.
I think it's always easier to get through to the veterans because for the most part, at least in a program like ours, they've had success.
Yeah.
So when you're not having success, you can always point to, well, here's you at the best version of yourself. And you can almost show them in the same situation, in the same jersey, with the same coaching staff. With a new team, they come in wide-eyed, but a lot of times you don't know what you don't know. And so some of the situations we were in last night was the first time we were in that situation together. And the way we asked them to guard defensively and how hard that is, and then offensively how we want them to play. It's it's a lot of times with the new guys, you don't know what you don't know, and that's not their fault. And that's why most teams that are experienced and together, they have early success, especially this time of the year. But as the year goes on, once teams get 10 to 12 to 15 games under their belt, then they start to find a rhythm. They've learned a lot of lessons throughout the year that we've been mentioning, and at that point you can get them with the veteran team, like a last year's team. Hey, Darion, I remember how you looked when you took us to a Final Four and you were the South Regional MVP. That ain't that person right now. You can kind of point to those things a little bit easier. And even and there's other guys. I use Nathan Mintz as an example for our new guys all the time. I felt like Nathan at times would just be like, I'll let this ball in the post. I know he can't score on me. When it's like, well, when the ball goes in the post, then we have to shrink. We have to do all these things. Nathan, keep the ball out of the post.
Right.
And you got to show him games where he had kept the ball out of the post. So.
That is funny.
It's
That is
a little
funny.
bit easier on the coach veteran teams.
It's like when I have to coach up Chris or something. I have to bring Chris and Tony. I have to bring back the audio and say, yes, you guys did
hear
say
you.
this.
Coach, well, listen, we you know, every time we can get you on here, we'd love to have you. I know we fell a little bit short, but there's certainly a lot to be excited about the San Diego Aztec basketball team, and we know as we get to the new year, we'll start to see it all come together. We'll catch up with you sometime in the future, and I appreciate you coming on today.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, and go Aztecs.
Indeed, go Aztecs. Coach Dave Velasquez, San Diego State assistant men's basketball coach, joining us and dropping some jewels as usual. I wanted to, as we ran out of time, I wanted to ask him, you know, what excites him the most about this particular team, because he typically
That's a good question.
He typically has something different, and all these teams present in a different way, and you got a mix of transfers, a mix of young guys, and you go up against a team like Gonzaga. As he said, you know what you only know what you know at that point, and for a bunch of guys who were in that game last night, it was their first time being in those type of situations.
It was interesting that he said it's easier to coach the veterans because, like, when I was in radio, I came in and I knew nothing about radio. And that person who helped me through my career taught me their way. And so it was, like, almost easier for them to get me to do what I needed to do. But the veterans, that is funny that you have to prove to them sometimes that, you know, look.
They have it in their database, too. They can kind of look back and like, I'm not that guy right now. I need to get back to being that guy. And
there's so much mental, not warfare.
No, that's exactly what it's called. That's exactly what it is.
You have to play a certain game as a coach.
You got to figure out the right buttons to push. Some guys can be motivated like that. Some guys can't be motivated. And as a coach, your job is to figure out how that particular player is motivated. And Coach Dutch is seemingly one of the best out there doing it right now.
He's a case-by-case basis guy.
He is. That's how it should be. You can't treat everybody the same. All right, first hour in the can, second hour on the way, little daily gambit. We'll see how our betting chops work. More Gwynn and Chris.
97.3 The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 97.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro. Heard that Apple is getting rid of the Lightning headphone jack thing. Not going to be using it anymore. They're moving all their phones to USB-C. So at least Apple going in the right direction of making it easy for everyone.
The beautiful thing about Apple is they can do whatever they want to do.
They can, but
And we'll just follow along.
yeah, the world doesn't want to.
We trust them.
The world doesn't want to follow along.
Us Apple folks trust them.
That's your problem,
I'm
not
just
my
saying.
problem.
That's why you guys stuff get hacked all the
That's
time.
not true. I mean, I remember all those celebrities getting hacked, and it was definitely an iPhone that was hacked in the iCloud.
Don't know what you're talking about.
All right, this is Gwynn and Chris. I am Matt Scraby. Chris Ello is going to be joining us around 4 o'clock. Tony Gwynn Jr.
Hopefully.
here. Yeah, hopefully. He's on a bus with the Aztecs women's basketball team. They are headed out to Riverside to play California Baptist tomorrow, so he's going to try to check in as soon as he can. In the break, I had to get the TVs situated, and I do something that I don't like to do, but because it reminds me of my dad, Tony, like I'm doing something that my dad does, and I'm becoming that guy. But as I was getting the TVs, you know, when you change the channel in here, it sometimes changes both TVs at the same time.
Yeah, for those who have direct TV, if you got two boxes close to each other, the remote can control both. And, you know, I just tried to tell Scraby to kind of block the sensor that's at the top of the remote. That way
here, let me grab
it's not changing the other TV. But he had
Yeah,
this
it's like this.
complicated
Like-
way he liked to do things.
Yes.
And so I let him do it, and he got it done. It just took way longer than it would have taken.
And that, I'm calling myself out because that stubbornness is something that my dad does.
I think everybody who listens to our show by now knows that this is not news to them.
Just me grumbling, I got this one. And then all the TVs are changed to different channels and I can't get them back. And
You're a stubborn guy.
I am a stubborn guy. I'm working on it. We got some Daily Gambit we're going to talk about here shortly. Later in this hour, Tony, I don't know if you heard, but the Rays are in big trouble with their stadium. I was listening to Annie and Elston, and they were talking about it so much that I needed to go and see what's going on, and it's not good for the Rays. It's not. The
gotta
city,
talk about it, or
well, yeah, we'll
just-
talk about it later. But the
Oh.
city has halted bonds that were going to help pay for the stadium.
It's not helpful for them in terms of what,
Of
2026? when it's supposed to be
2026, 2027. They're thinking not even, maybe 2028 now.
done? Well, they got bigger fish to fry. They got to figure out how this whole Yankee spring training facility is going to work out for the 24-5 season that they're coming up on. Remember, they won't have their
No.
normal digs there.
Tropicana.
Yeah, Tropicana's was shredded by the hurricane. So
Quite honestly, you were one of the last teams to play in the Trop.
we were.
I don't know when you guys ended up heading
It was
there.
pretty late. It was like
August, September.
I think it was the last East Coast road trip. So I think it was like 2 weeks of the season left after
Yeah,
that.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then at the end of the hour, we'll tell you about how many people watched Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
I know it's an absurd amount.
It is an absurd number. It's really an absurd number.
Also, 4 o'clock rolls around, we will have the college football ranking. So maybe we'll see some jumbling in that with some of the teams losing this weekend.
That's true.
So you got Manager of the Year. As a matter of fact, they're doing the American League three shot.
I'm so dumb. I'm
interview
like, where's
right now?
Mike Shildt?
Yeah, no, it's
The American League.
He's on the other side, buddy. So we are getting close to that news as well.
I think
What's
we'll
your
get ours
expectation?
3:30 to 4.
What's your expectation?
Brewers, Pat Murphy.
Yeah.
What about you?
I hope we're wrong, but I kind of have the same feeling.
It's 2 days in a row that the Padres are going to lose out on an award.
Yeah.
Although this one doesn't feel as bad just because it's not, in our mind, as much of a slam dunk for Mike Shildt as it was for Jackson Merrill. And by the way, on the Scraby Show, I am going to break down I'm going to do a comparison of Jackson Merrill playing 96% of his games this season and Paul Skeens doing 70%. Here's an example, Tony.
All right.
If Michael Jordan only won 70% of his championships, he would have 4 instead of 6. And that is a much different thing. That is much different. We're not talking about Michael Jordan, the GOAT, if he only won 4.
The hard-hitting stuff
Paul
of Matthew
Skeens,
Scravy, ladies
only
and gentlemen.
70% of his starts were made. You know, I used 33 as the number. He made 23, so I got a bunch of those things. Can't wait.
This is why Pirates fans are coming at you. So
Pirates fans are
they're on your
insane.
head right now. Yeah, no, they're coming at you.
They're almost as fired up as Swifties get.
You're messing with their prince, man. What's going on?
What are the Skeens fans called? Like Skeeners?
Skeeners. I don't know.
I
don't know that they have a name.
I did see Livy Dunn put up an Instagram post of Paul Skeens, which was really funny.
I heard that shot of her clapping and his facial is going to be a meme for like
That's what she put up.
The next 25 years.
Yeah, because it was like he just won the award and he's just sitting there staring.
She's far more excited than he was looking at that picture.
And so she put up a picture of like a bunch of boxes that said Paul Skeens happy, Paul Skeens angry, Paul Skeens sad. And it's just like the same guy every single time.
That's pretty good.
All right.
All right. Let's get some Daily Gambit, brother.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. I want to first update with our survivor pool that has been going on all NFL season.
How many teams we got left?
Still got 4.
Wow.
All 4 got their picks right. Let me get those picks because they it's always fun for me to see who they had left. Because, like, some of these teams that they had left, they didn't pick. And I'm surprised because they're a good team, but it works out for them now. The 4 teams that are still left, 2 of them picked the Dolphins over the Raiders. 1 of them picked the Lions over the Jags. And then one of them was sweating it because it was Packers over Bears.
Ooh.
And so
I was hoping that person lost because that would have then meant I got my upset pick over Chris.
That's true. No, it was a blocked kick that ended the Bears' dreams on that day.
Only on a Bears team would a block kick come right up the middle like that.
So we have an actual belt that is going to be given away, like a championship belt for the winner of this, but it is still going. I have no idea what happens if they tie. Like, do they go into the playoffs? Like, if no one is eliminated, or if there's not just
I don't know. Did you
there's
make
2
the
people
rules
that,
up for this?
Yeah, but I didn't think anyone would tie. It's ridiculous.
There's a lot of games left, bro.
There is. So we're only going into week 12. So, all right. Last night, Texans were 7-point favorites over the Cowboys. Chris was the only Cowboy chooser here, and he got way wrong. It was 34-10. Texans Cowboys over under 41.5 points total. Chris went over. It worked for him on this one. We went under. They combined for 44 points. Who had more receiving yards, Nico Collins or CeeDee Lamb? This is a very, very different result if his 77-yard touchdown that he caught on like one of the first plays of the game wasn't called back due to holding. But CeeDee Lamb actually ended up with 93 yards. We all chose Nico Collins. Nico Collins 54 on that one. And then Joe Mixon, he was on fire last night.
Didn't you need him to go on fire? Was that you who needed him?
No.
Or was that Chris?
That was Chris, I believe.
Yeah.
But he did. I mean, he was really good last night. And the bet was over under 107.5 rushing and receiving yards. He had 109 rushing, 44 receiving for 153. So Chris and I were right on that one. And then we get to Gonzaga and the Aztecs. Gonzaga 11-point favorites in the game. We chose the Aztecs, and Gonzaga won by 13. So we did not win that one.
Man, the betting started off great for me. 2-0.
Yeah.
And I haven't won one since.
The Heat were 3-point favorites over the Sixers. Chris and I chose the Heat. Tony chose Philly. and the Heat won by a big 106-89.
They got their butts beat so bad,
The Phillies or the Sixers?
the Sixers, that they spent an hour and a half after the game having a players' meeting after Game 12.
We all know what players' meetings are all about. It's
And
about pointing the
apparently
fingers.
There was a bunch of people called out. We'll get into it in the
Yes.
Big Five.
Yes, there is a lot of people called out for, in my opinion, a rightful call out. We'll talk about it though. Tony's giving me the look like maybe he doesn't agree, so we'll talk about
We'll
that.
have to wait and see if I agree.
Last bet we made yesterday: who scored more goals in their game, the Sharks or the Ducks? Chris and I chose the Sharks. Tony chose the Ducks. Sharks had 5. Ducks had 4.
Of course they did.
So you definitely didn't come down the stretch looking good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight bets lost.
That's what we call a bad night. I don't really have many bets tonight. There's not really that much going on, but
Of course there is. There's Maction.
we got Maction. The Miami Redhawks -2 over the Northern Illinois Huskies. I guess I'll go first. The Redhawks have been good to me. I will go with them.
Give me the Redhawks as well.
You want the Redhawks?
There's
okay.
an NBA Cup day as well.
Oh, it's today.
Yes, Tuesdays and Fridays.
What
my
happened on the
friend.
Friday edition?
The Lakers got that victory.
They love the cup.
They're
really
get
good
up
at the
for
cup.
the cup. I'm telling you.
So who knew? The
The other thing
motivation was
I'm
the cup.
enjoying, and I think Chris would be on board with this. The Lakers wore their road uniforms on the road.
Oh,
How about that?
that is interesting
That's
because it
very
doesn't
interesting.
happen.
It doesn't happen ever in today's NBA.
Is that the secret?
I don't know. Hopefully they continue to do it. I've seen them wear the purple on the road more than I saw them at any point last year, and we're in the early part of the season.
They don't wear the purple often, do they?
They weren't. They've been wearing like white on the road. They wear the yellow on the road. They also wear yellow at home. So I don't know.
I like the purple.
I do too.
Purple with the yellow numbers and stuff.
Yes.
I don't. Is it purple with yellow or is it purple with white
I don't
nowadays?
know. I don't think it really
You're
matters.
a uniform guy.
I don't think it really matters.
All right. Yeah, I don't see anything else.
I just gave you one. The Lakers are playing
Oh,
tonight.
I didn't know you wanted me to make a bet on
You
it.
need some daily gambit bets,
All
buddy.
right, let's go to the Lakers and the Jazz in the Cup. Lakers -11, Tony.
Who are they playing?
Jazz.
Oh, yeah. We count it. Book it.
You know, I might have to go with the Lakers because they only
playing
get up for the
good.
Cup.
9-4 right now, baby. JJ Redick pushing all the right buttons.
When's he gonna start annoying guys? When they start losing a few in a row?
Listen, I don't care if he annoys guys. As long as he keeps calling people out that need to be called out, I'm all for it. I like accountability from my head coach.
Yeah.
JJ seemingly is requiring accountability.
He's doing what a young guy head coach needs to do, which is come in and say, I'm not your friend.
D'Angelo Russell was taking bad shots and not giving the right kind of effort on defense. Guess what? You're going to come be the sixth man for me.
He's
now.
on the bench.
Yes, he is. I like that kind of stuff.
Wow. Well, what about when JJ tries to coach up LeBron? He just kind of walks away.
Here's my deal. LeBron is 40 years old.
He's his own thing.
He should not be leading the way in anything at this point. But he is.
That's true.
So, I think at 40, if you are the best in shape, the best player, I think that gives you a little leeway. Not to say that he takes it, because I don't know if he does or not, but he certainly deserves it. And it's kind of hard to look at him as your teammate like, man, you ain't putting in enough effort. Man, you ain't doing enough. Come on. You got to really look at yourself in the mirror if you're asking him that at this point.
That's very true. I mean, the guy is outrunning everybody on the court, outworking everybody on the court.
Do you need another bet? You need another bet?
Sure, if you want one.
Well, unfortunately, my computer is working really slow right now, so I
Okay,
can't get to any ESPN right. Oh, here we go.
ESPN Bet is all over the place. Chris usually does the bets for us. I passed that duty off to him last year.
Clearly, because you are not helpful right now. How about a Dallas New Orleans matchup?
Oh,
NBA.
Can't wait.
Cup day, baby.
Can't wait. What we got?
I don't know. Let's see. Dallas is favored 12.5. Or excuse me, Dallas is favored 12.5. Yes.
Who are they playing?
New Orleans Pelicans.
Oh, that's right. You already said that. No Zion.
We can do over under 221.5. We can do 12.5.
We'll do the 12.5.
12.5.
What do you think?
Give me New Orleans to cover.
New Orleans. Zion is on the bench. I will go. I don't
Had to
know.
get
Luka's
that
been
in.
struggling. I'm going to go Pelicans.
All right. How about here? This one. This is probably the marquee matchup of the NBA Cup right now. Cleveland 15-0 versus the Celtics 11-3.
Ooh.
Let's see what the.
Let's do the point total.
Want to do point to? Oh, giving me tickets right now. Give me a second. Giving me tickets again. All right, here we go. Oh nope. Sorry. Give me a second. It's coming to me.
He's got it. He's got it.
Here we go. All right. C's favored. What'd you want to do?
The over
and under
total points.
235.5.
So
that's about
118 or
yeah,
119, 117 is over.
That would be over.
I mean, these teams.
They
I'm
get
going
it up
over.
there. You're going over?
Yep.
I'm gonna go under.
Under.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's good.
All right. Take us a break.
When we get back, we're going to dive into this Rays situation. It's really, honestly, not good for them. And we'll give you all the facts on what's going on with their stadium situation. We'll talk more about the Rookie of the Year as the show goes along. And Chris will be joining us, hopefully, in the 4 o'clock hour after he arrives in Riverside. So stick with us here. We'll be back shortly on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 90s.
You have these things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Scraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. 4th hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
You have these things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Scraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. 4th hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
These things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Scraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second.
.322 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Cello will be here at 4 o'clock, but Matt Scraby's here. Just me and him rocking it out till 6 o'clock. As I said, Chris Cello hopefully will join us in about 38 minutes. And we'll get to hear his lovely tones.
I'm lovely.
Yeah. Is
Okay.
there a problem with that? You don't consider Chris's
I don't
voice?
consider this voice lovely or anything. He would hate me if I did that.
He would definitely hate you if you had done that right now. There is some Padre news.
Yes,
they
there
have
is.
added to their 40-man roster. It's around that time where... Yes,
Haven't
indeed.
heard that in a while.
It's around that time of year where organizations have to what they call protect some of their prospects, meaning you put them on the 40-man roster or they go into what they call the Rule 5 draft, where teams can plunk teams for a cheap price, players for a cheap price, and depending on if they are big league waivers, AAA waivers, big league waivers, that said player then has to make it through the entire what would be 2025 season on the big league.
It is a big man
It's
roster.
a big man roster too, but on the big league roster.
Stephen Kolek was a Rule 5 guy
was a Rule
last year.
5.
Because when everybody kept asking, why don't they just send him down? They
Can't send him
can't.
down. They
And,
would have to
hey, I
send-
learned that last year too.
They would have to send him back to where he came from.
Which I don't know where he came from. But yeah, they would have to send him to that team.
Right. So if a guy is worth it, they will find a way to keep him in the big leagues. I mean, Kolek really from, I would say, the second half on, maybe just after.
He was hurt.
He was hurt, and so he ended up on the big league roster throughout the whole season. He is the Padres to keep now. I remember I played with a guy maybe 2006. Enrique Cruz might have even been 2006. He was there. Might have been before I even got to big leagues. It was like 2004. But they kept him on the big league roster all year. He wasn't ready.
Uh-oh.
But
I was just about to
they
ask.
believed in him, his growth. And so they basically kept a 25. At the time, it was only 25-man roster. They kept a spot for him
Wow.
all year, despite him not playing at all. And
That's crazy.
That's
Did it work out?
Brewers were in. No, it didn't.
I was going to
He
say.
went to Double-A, and I don't know that he ever it got beyond that after that year. So
Yeah, I mean, that just shows how much an organization loves you if they're going to put you on the 40-man roster.
it also shows you how much of a dice roll it is as well, because you just don't know ultimately what you get. But for the Padres, they add 3 young men on their 40-man roster. Their roster number is now at 37, so 3 spots available. But Omar Cruz, who is, according to MLB Pipeline, the 7th best prospect in San Diego's organization, he's been added to the 40-man. Ryan Burgett, he's been added to
the
40-man roster. Omar Cruz, is 24th. Burgett is 25th, and Henry Baez is 7th on that. All 3 of those young men were added to the 40-man roster.
All 3 pitchers too.
All 3 pitchers, and so from a minor league perspective, this is the first time that you get a chance to make some money. You get pulled on that 50-man or the 40-man roster. It's a nice little pay raise. Don't think in the realm of major league players. Think in the realm.
So they're getting Juan Soto type money?
No, not even close. There'd be guys pretty content staying in the minor leagues if there was that kind of money there for sure.
Seriously.
Yeah. So there's that. All right, you had a story of the Tampa Rays and their new city. So just to kind of clarify, their stadium they're in currently was shredded in the hurricane that recently went through there. They weren't going to be able to play in that stadium for the 2025 upcoming season. They had come to an agreement somehow to play in the Yankees
Steinbrenner Field, yeah.
Steinbrenner Field, spring training facility for the Yankees. That's where they'll play their home games in 2025. This story, however, is about the new stadium that was supposed to start being built here shortly.
It was supposed to be built shortly, but it's not anymore because the Pinellas County Commissioners actually said that they're halting the bonds on the project. I know this is a lot of words that I don't really care about.
Right here.
But basically, they're putting off the money that they were going to raise to help pay for this new stadium is not going to happen right now. But the Rays team themselves said that, quote, failure to finalize the bonds last month ended the ability for a 28 delivery of the ballpark. And what's even worse for the Rays is that in 2029, a ballpark would be more costly, which the Rays cannot afford to finance alone. Now, the Rays have put $50 million into this to bring this project to this point. And it's looking like that's going to just basically be thrown in the garbage because of all this. There's just a major problem. They don't have the money. They don't know where to build it. They don't know if they build it, will the fans come? Are they going to move the Rays to a different city for a few years? I have no idea what they're going to do, but this is a very bad situation.
This sounds like a team moving, is what it sounds like. This is how
this is the perfect storm.
Bad relationships.
No pun intended, really.
No pun intended. This is how bad relationship between team and city start, right?
Yeah.
Team trying to do the right thing. They put $50 million down. For whatever reason, the bonds aren't going to be given, and so therefore this $50 million looks like it may very well run out, or just be, as you said, be burnt up, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we're in 2024. They're looking at a 2029 opening of this park. If they do that, that's 5 years from now. Where are they going to play for the next 5 years? They're not going to play at Steinbrenner Field for 5 seasons. I don't know how much the Rays are making on attendance to begin with.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is not an organization. I mean, just based on how they do their roster every year, this is not an organization that, is swimming in, money.
And then there's
I was trying to be colorful there. And I couldn't remember the cartoon where the ducks are swimming in like the gold. What was that? What
Scrooge McDuck.
Scrooge McDuck.
I love when he used to dive into his gold coins. That, looking back on it, would have really hurt to dive into gold coins.
That's a great point. Yeah, the Rays aren't diving into their gold coins somewhere.
They don't have the gold coins. If they dive into them, they're going to hit the floor. It just, like you said, it sounds like a team's moving, but where do they move? I mean, do they go to Oakland? I heard Andy Nelson saying that would be great for them to go to Oakland so that when the A's fail in Sacramento and they can't get to Vegas, they have nowhere else to go because there's already a team in Oakland.
Yeah, then that puts that throws a wrench into the realignment that I know Major League Baseball wants desperately.
Well, then build a stadium for the Major League Baseball.
That's not how it works, buddy.
I know it's not how it works, but why don't they put money behind a stadium? I don't understand why the NFL doesn't do this.
Why does the MLB
Because then
have
they
to
can
do
end
it?
up making more money in the end, which is
No,
what they want. Because then they can have events
you
there. All the
own a
money goes
team,
towards MLB.
You should afford. Now, this circumstance is different. It's not as though the owner is not trying to do what he's supposed to do here. However, once his $50 million gets burned up, I have a feeling he's going to feel a way about
I think it's already burned up. They've spent $50 million just to get to this point, which isn't a small figure or anything. Those are all like the environmental impact stuff, the discussions, but it just sounds like the city and the team aren't on good terms anyway because they weren't happy with them going to Steinbrenner Field because it's in a different county. If they were able to play in the same county, then they would be able to get taxes. I don't know. It's just a bunch of malarkey.
We just got a message from Chris.
Oh, what do you say? Let's read it live on the
It
air.
says, we won't be on time, which is why I kept saying hopefully. Sorry to say, traffic bumper to bumper heading past Temecula. Ugh. Keep you guys posted.
You know what? The smiley blushy emoji is not good enough for me.
It really doesn't fit this text.
No, it doesn't.
It's Chris's favorite emoji.
Why
by the
didn't
way.
Chris just drive himself? He should have.
Why would he do that?
Because he had a show to do instead of sitting on a bus.
I mean, he also has a job to do.
Yeah, it's in this room.
No, it's not.
It's in this room.
It's actually calling a basketball game today.
Tomorrow. He's just doing a travel day. He could have driven him before the show.
Dude, that means he's got to pay for his own expenses at that point. That doesn't make any sense. It's a job.
Give it back to the school. Be like, hey.
Give it back to the school? Yeah.
I need you to pay my gas money.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you know how that kind of stuff works. It doesn't actually come around quickly.
Oh, I know. I know. Remember how many times I've paid for parking here, and they've gotten better, but it takes like 3 or 4 months.
It takes a little bit
I
of time.
had a company that I first worked for out of college that used to use our credit cards, and I caught on to this. They would tell us to expense it, but then they would take forever to pay me back. So they used our credit cards as a line of credit, and they would not have to pay interest fees. So finally, when someone brought it to my attention, that's what they were doing.
So you didn't even figure this on yourself. Somebody had to tell you.
No, of course. I'm not a finance guy. But then I realized, I am giving them small loans that they don't have to pay back, but I'm paying interest on those loans. So when I went
Start charging them interest?
I went to confront them about this. All of a sudden, I don't need to use my credit card anymore.
What, they gave you
They gave me a company card. I was like, oh, okay, so what about all the interest on the stuff? And you know what they did?
What'd they do?
They did the, let me send it to the lawyer. I did not like this company.
This was at your previous job.
This is the first job I ever had out of college, and I was just excited to be there. And they were
They took advantage of that.
took advantage of a lot of people there. I really want to say the name, but I'm not going to.
Don't do it.
I'm
Social
not going
class.
to.
Oh, boy. All right, let's get to break. On the other side, we got a big five?
No, we have our 30 mile zone where we're going to talk about Tyrese Maxey calling out Joel Embiid for something that I think is a worthy cause.
You've been waiting for this all
Ever since I saw
long. Let's get to break. 30 mile on the other side. More Gwynn and Chris.
Coming up on Wednesday.
7:39 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scrape. Chris Ella will not be joining us. Bumper to bumper traffic as he and the Lady Aztecs slide through Temecula.
But blushy face emoji. Everything's all
Scraby's
good.
feeling some type of way, as per usual.
Well, I just told him yesterday, I don't think you're probably going to make it there by 4. Nope. We're making it there by 4.
What is wrong with hoping that you can make it on time?
Because you have to be realistic. Has he ever waited in 15 North traffic in his life before? I'm sure he has.
Maybe
he has no idea I'm so angry.
Maybe he forgot what traffic would be like at that time.
It's not that old.
Listen, man, I'm just saying, I don't know that you need to be this upset. I think
don't.
I think he wanted to be on the show. Unfortunately, the bus did not get him there on time.
Next time he's going to have to drive himself. We're going to have a little talk.
It's ridiculous.
We're going to have a little talk.
We got a 30-mile coming your way. Before we get to that, I assume you don't have traffic ready by
No, traffic's ready.
Oh, okay. Traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a few things to watch out for. Stalled big rig blocking the slow lane southbound side of the 15 before the 52. Also, heading over to Coronado on the bridge about mid-span. We're getting reports of some sort of large debris in that right lane. And northbound 5 at the 163, two-car collision. No details as to whether that's blocking lanes. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, well, this is great. I cannot find my 30-mile zone stuff anywhere.
Did you actually do it?
Did I, the open?
Oh,
yeah, we have it open. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know where it is. It's always on the board, but now it's not there. I don't know if I saved over it on accident or if it's just not there anymore. But
what would Chris Ello say right now?
Oh, well, Scraby was doing his job. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about this right now. It's pretty good, right? Yeah, that's pretty much what he would say.
I don't know about the actual voice, but certainly he would have said something along those lines.
I found it.
If you don't know your sports gossip, can you really call yourself a sports fan? It's time to bring together sports and celebrity gossip. We call it the 30-mile zone, mainly so we don't get sued by the real company. On 97.3 The Fan.
All right, so if you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. I want to start with the Netflix stuff that we were talking about, because if you didn't hear, Friday night, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fought. It was a huge deal for Netflix. They had 108 million viewers tuning in for this, Tony.
That's crazy.
They had a big problem with the buffering and things of that nature. There was a lot of disturbances on the stream. Now, we were talking before the show, and I don't know that the NFL is going to draw 108 million. That's crazy. 108 million is a lot. I guess that's a worldwide number, but they're going to have to make sure they have zero issues during the NFL game.
I can tell you, as upset as people were about Mike Tyson and I almost called him Paul George. What's his first name? Jake Paul.
Yes.
It'll be on steroids.
Yeah.
If it's an NFL game and it is glitching like that, people are going to lose their mind.
I guess this broadcast has become the most streamed sporting event ever, with 65 million global concurrent streams, meaning people are all watching at the same time, with 35 million coming from here in the US of A.
You think that's going to be broken on for the Christmas football game?
I don't think 100. That's a worldwide number.
I thought you said 60 million at one time.
Yeah, I don't think they get to 65 million people watching at the same time. That's a lot of people.
You think Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are going to bring more eyeballs than a football game?
I get, yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
They've never had.
Maybe I'm not like understanding the significance of 60 million at one time and 108 million. Maybe I'm just not grasping the significance of that.
Like the Super Bowl, I just quickly Googled, has surpassed 100 million viewers. That's what we're talking about. 100 million. They had 108. In 2024, they had 123 for the Super Bowl.
Big as the Super Bowl.
So that is wild. I don't know how many times people are going to tune in to watch old Mike Tyson fight.
That's
Jake
what I'm
Paul.
saying. That's crazy. Do we remember what the Christmas games are?
The Christmas game
for Netflix?
I'm not going to.
Yeah, don't guess.
I remember a couple years ago, Alvin Kamara wore Grinch shoes and had like 6 touchdowns.
That's right.
I know Beyonce is going to be performing at halftime
At Christmas.
At Christmas. I'm still looking. Chiefs versus Steelers and Ravens versus Texans.
Chiefs versus Steelers is setting up right now to be a doozy. And who was the other one? Texans and who?
The Texans and the Ravens.
Huh.
I know this isn't the segment for it, but CJ Stroud ain't it.
Oh, come on, bro.
CJ Stroud
My guy is having a, I wouldn't even call, it's not even a bad season. He's just not as good as he was last year, which was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal. That's the
Do
problem.
you have CJ on your team?
No. You do.
I do.
But yeah, so they're going to have to figure, back to the Netflix.
Yeah.
They're going to have to figure.
The glitching part is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
People don't like glitching.
Eric says, I think I got lucky because I got no glitches. No glitches here. Maybe it was just different parts of the world.
I had a few. Then that was before, it was right as Mike was starting to walk into the ring and started having hiccups.
Oh, well, that's the worst time
Right,
for it.
exactly.
Well, I guess everybody was tuning in.
I didn't even think of it in terms of, man, there's too many people watching. I thought my internet was tripping as usual. I was like resetting that.
Now,
Turns out
because
it
of
was-
that glitching, Netflix is being sued in a class action lawsuit. A man named Ronald Blue Denton filed the
Ronald
lawsuit
trying to
in
get the
Florida yesterday, just 3 days after he and thousands of others
What's
struggled.
he claiming?
He is claiming that they were faced with legendary problems, including no access to the event, streaming glitches, and buffering issues. He is basically saying, hey, you promised us an event. Some of us may have signed up for this event. You did not deliver on this event.
So he's suing for that?
I guess so. I mean, I guess, you
I
could sue for anything.
Yeah, I
these
hope
days.
he gets this thrown out of the court.
Really?
Yes.
He's asking for unspecified damages, and the official suit is breach of contract.
That's terrible.
I think this is so stupid, but I love it at the same time. All right, let's get to Tyrese Maxey calling out Joel Embiid in the 76ers meeting. So Tony said it earlier. 76ers lost. I believe they're 2-11 on the season right now, so things are not going well. Joel Embiid has not really played much of, any games this year. Well, they had the team meeting. Kyle Lowry actually called for the team meeting. He's a big-time veteran. He knows what he's doing. And I guess during this team meeting, one of the players, Tyrese Maxey, who plays almost every game, challenged Embiid to be on time to team activities, calling out the center about being late for everything, quote-unquote, and how it impacts the locker room from other players of the coaching staff. I'm going to say this.
Go ahead, Screamy. You're salivating right now.
He is absolutely 100% correct. There's one thing that I think is the most disrespectful thing to people, and that's when you don't respect their time. If people are waiting on you, that's a problem. And it does affect people. When I'm waiting for you guys to show up every day, I'm like, are they going to show up? And so I get a little stressed out.
Stop lying to the people. First
But
of all.
no, but seriously, I do think this is a problem. You cannot be late to things.
I agree with you on this. I told you, I'm all for accountability. And it's not as though it's coming from a person that is like always having something to say. I mean, I don't know if I've heard Maxey say anything in interviews. I think he had a couple funny moments in the playoffs a few years ago, but relatively a quiet dude. And the mere fact that him and Joel Embiid are pretty tight.
Yeah, they are.
He was the one that called him out, and he didn't do it in a hotel room, one-on-one. He did this in front of his team. And I think and by the way, some of the coaches were called out. Nick Nurse was asked to coach harder. Nick Nurse, in return, asked that they practice with more detail, with a little more pace. So this wasn't a players-only meeting. The coaches were involved. I'm all for it. I'm here for it. I like teams holding each other accountable. Now, the trick of this is there's going to have to be some progress on the other side of this. This is a 2-11 team. They basically sold out. They got 3 max contracts, Maxey, Embiid, and Paul George. They filled this team. This is supposed to be a championship caliber team. If they don't nip this in the bud now, it's going to be a long season of a lot of losing with expensive contracts. So this is kind of seems like what needed to be done.
Yeah,
I think it's great. You got to hold if your best player, and that's the thing about, especially in the NBA, it feels like if your best player is doing all the right things, it makes it harder for everybody else to not do the right thing.
Yeah.
But if your best player is late to all the team functions,
people aren't going to take it as serious.
Especially the last dude on the roster, going to be like, well, Joel's not showing up. I'm not going to show up either.
Yeah.
I'm showing up late too.
I mean, I've always been under the impression in my life, like, I have to do all the right things to get to where I want to go. And you have to do all the right things when you're on top, too.
You got to do all the right things when nobody's watching, too.
Yes,
you know
exactly.
what I'm saying? Like, I think sometimes, listen, no one's perfect.
No.
Scraby's half lying when he says he has to wait on it. I've gotten in here late before, and Scraby has given me the business. And in the moment, I might not allow him to believe that he's right. But deep down, I know he's right. I probably should be here a little bit earlier.
I always do the snarky thing, too, where you just walk in and I go, tap my watch.
It's annoying, but it's true. And you have to respect it. I think that's kind of all team building type deals. If you're not respecting other people's time, eventually it's going to be a problem.
Like if I was on the team bus waiting to go to the airport and someone wasn't on the bus and they're late again, it would really bother me. Now, would I say something? Maybe not. But
no, you would. You would say something in like a half joking manner, like,
oh, hey, I love sitting on the bus, you know?
I can't wait. Yeah, you say something along those lines, right?
Man, that was a great 15 minutes. I got my reading done. Thanks for being late. That's
that
what I
would
do.
definitely be you.
The referees in the NBA. We talked about this the other day, that they released these things saying that,
I don't even know if this is the referees we should be mad at. I think it's the NBA we should be mad at.
Well, this is it. I mean, the Celtics' Jason Tatum, I guess, traveled before making a game-winning three the other day, and the referees came out saying that they missed a bunch in the last, minute of the game. Still doesn't matter. The game is still going to go down the way it did, and the Celtics win. But people are like, why do you keep doing this?
Here's the thing, and this is what we don't know. Yes, they put those reports out, and it gives off, what can be done about it now? But we don't know if those reports are then hurting those referees on the backside. When it comes close to postseason play, are those reports factoring into who gets a chance to, not just that, but those reports plus whatever the statistics are they're looking at, does that all factor into who gets a chance to ref in postseason? If that is the case, I have less of an issue with it. Maybe they shouldn't. I think the issue is that they make those public. If you just send them out to the teams, they can find out. Because once you put it in the ether with us, we get to kind of make up all kinds of storylines behind it and how it's working and what's
that
affecting.
referee does he does like to call fouls for a certain team.
Exactly.
We're about to find out who the National League Manager of the Year is. I hate to say this. I've been so locked in. I don't know who the AL manager. Oh, I think it's Pat Murphy.
I think it's Pat too.
Because he's just smiling. We can't really see anything.
He's the only one on the
like.
screen now too. They took the other guys off. So
this is kind of expected that Mike Shildt wasn't going to win it, but hey, first year with the Padres, up for Manager of the Year, wins 93 games.
I would have loved for Mike to win it, but I'm happy he's still in our organization because what was built on this year can be stacked on top of next year. Should be another fun ride. Mike Shildt finishes second. Pat Murphy, 27 first-place votes. Mike Shildt won. Carlos Mendoza won. Rob Thompson won.
Who is the one person that votes for Rob Thompson?
You can look that up, brother.
We did it right now.
Pat Murphy, 3 second-place votes. Mike Shildt, 19. Carlos Mendoza, 6. Torey Lavello, 2. None for Rob Thompson. Mike Shildt with a 77 points on how many points he got in that race.
Mike McGarry
from
Texas Press of Atlantic City.
There it is.
But he's the Philadelphia chapter.
Okay.
So Bryce Miller, our guy, chose Shildt. He was the only first place
Stephen
vote.
Vogt won the AL Manager of the Year.
Wow, some of these votes just like, what are you looking at? That we're like, I don't know who I've never heard of her, but Christina Carl voted Murphy, Tori Lavello, and then Mike Shildt. Like, I don't understand how you can put Tori Lavello second. Their team didn't make the playoffs.
She has a vote. She's the only opinion that mattered in that particular vote.
You know, I need a vote. How do I get a vote?
I don't think you need a vote, honestly.
I honestly do need a vote.
No, I think we would lose all credibility if you had a vote. I'm just saying.
Tyler said, we're number 2. We're number 2.
That's the way the crookie
crumbles, everybody.
The cookie crumbles here in 2024. Let's get to break. 4 o'clock hour on the other side. More Gwynn and Chris.
time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. So you have to make it through 3 questions here. Each question's going to get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get the question wrong and Tony gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Tony gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before the first question, and you will get that question for free today. Chris vs. the Fans is presented by SD Fat Loss. Lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Visit sdfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation. The prize is going to be a qualification for a chance to win a grand prize, a 2-night stay at Westgate, Las Vegas, 2 tickets to Soul of Motown, and $150 food and beverage credit. The Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino features newly designed premier rooms, part of their $70 million room renovations, home of legendary Vegas fun. The award-winning Soul of Motown is a high-energy, concert-style musical tribute celebrating Motown legends. This is a must-see show during your Las Vegas vacation getaway. Tickets at WestgateResorts.com. All right, here we go. Tony is the player today. We're going to start with... Let's start with Charles.
What's up, Charles?
Hello, Charles.
It's been a long time, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
my
Charles.
friend.
Thank you for calling in. Are you ready to play?
I am ready.
All right, here we go. This should be pretty easy. Who won National League Rookie of the Year?
Unfortunately, what, for the NL or the AL?
NL.
And Teal.
Okay, you got it. You got it. And I was looking for unfortunately at the beginning of the answer because that was unfortunate for sure. So, all right, let's get to the second question. When the Titans became the Titans, who was the head coach?
I don't remember his first name, but does the last name count? Fisher? Jeff Fisher?
Wow.
Nice work right there.
That was pretty good.
We had to dig deep for that one.
That was a good one. All right, here we go, Charles. Question number 3. You get this right, Tony gets it wrong, you're qualified for Las Vegas. I can't remember if we've asked the first one, but I can't ask Tony because he's not looking at the questions.
Sure can't, buddy.
All right, here we go. Before I pitched for the Padres, I started my career with 2 seasons on the Cubs. What Padre am I? Before I pitched for the Padres, I started my career with 2 seasons on the Cubs. What Padre am I?
Started my career, huh?
Mm-hmm. Charles?
I'm going to say Greg Maddux. I have no idea.
Greg Maddux.
Technically.
Well, hold on.
I mean,
did he play? Did he start his career with the Cubs?
He did start his career.
But he played more than 3 or 2 seasons, right?
He played more than 2 seasons.
Okay, so all right. So that's unfortunately... Tony, do you know?
Can I ask, are we talking all time?
I didn't give him that, so I can't give you that.
Because there is one on the Padres right now that started his career. And
What are you doing the Chris thing over here?
Based on the fact that you're asking the questions, I know your archives don't go that deep. So I'm going to say Jeremiah Estrada.
Wow, I'm sorry, Charles. Even after getting the second question correct, that was unfortunate. All right, let's go to
another great asked question by Mr. Scraby.
Thank you.
Asked, not.
I know.
Just want to make sure we're clear on that, buddy.
Let's go to Jason and PB. Hello, Jason.
What's up, Jason? Jason. Can you hear us?
Is that me?
That is you.
Is your name Jason or is it something else?
What's up, guys? No, I'm Jason. I'm just not PB.
Okay, no problem. Jason, have you ever played before?
One.
Once.
not a first-time player.
Okay, there it is.
All right.
That's all we were trying to get
Appreciate you
to.
being honest with us. Here is question number 1. What is the in-season NBA tournament officially called?
The mid-season tournament.
The mid-season tournament. Unfortunately, no, and I know that Tony's going to know this one.
I believe it's called the NBA Cup.
Yes. Sorry about that, Jason. Thank you for playing.
I feel like Chris Ello right now, I must say.
Just like
I'm just
crushing dreams of everyone.
I'm feeling good about this round here.
Jacob says the No One Cares tournament. I agree.
Jacob, I care.
Jacob's not a Lakers fan. Never mind. Let's go to Charles and Ramona. Hello, Charles.
Hi, Charles.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
We're
Pretty
doing
good,
well, brother.
You ready to play?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Who won National League Manager of the Year?
Oh my gosh, we just went over this. It was why am I drawing a blank in the head?
Need a name.
Can you name it,
Oh, I'm sorry. I know Tony knows
It
this.
would be
We literally
former
just talked about it.
Padre manager, former Arizona State coach, Pat Murphy.
Sorry about that. I forget your name, Charles. That was unfortunate. You know, sometimes the more recent questions are the hardest questions.
Not if you've been paying attention to Gwynn and Chris all day.
Well, yeah, but I could see myself hearing the name and then not knowing it 5 minutes later. So
I'm just saying these are ones.
yes,
right?
they
These
are.
are ones.
They are. Let's go to our next contestant, Neil. Hello,
Hi, Neil.
Good afternoon, gents.
Good afternoon.
Neil sounds like he means business.
Oh, yeah. Here
All
we
right.
go, Neil. Question number 1. We're just going to keep with the theme. Who won AL Manager of the Year?
Oh, shoot. I was not listening to that. I'm going to say Aaron Boone.
Aaron Boone. Sorry, Neil.
I think it's one of Chris Ello's favorites, actually. Stephen Vogt.
Does Chris actually like him?
No, he
Oh.
was
Sorry,
criticizing him
Neil.
all postseason for the decisions he was making. So,
Well, that does sound like Chris. It does sound like Chris. All right, let's get to our next contestant. We're going to go to Cesar. Hello, Cesar.
Hello.
Hello. All right, here we go.
Guys.
Is this Chris calling in? Oh, I get it. I get it.
Hello.
Oh, he's finally getting in here, guys. All right, Chris, let's
That's
play
good
against
stuff
Tony
right
here.
there.
And Chris versus the fans, Tony versus the fans. Who won AL Rookie of the Year?
Luis Gil.
Correct. Thank you. Question number 2. Marshawn Lynch played for 3 different teams in his career.
Beast mode.
One team he played for twice. So all I'm asking for, the 3 teams that he played for.
Oh no. Seahawks. Oh no. Marshawn Lynch. Bills.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go with the Niners, but I'm not sure that's right.
Stay there.
So close. Bills, Seahawks, and the Raiders.
That's right. Sorry, Cesar. Hello to you, sir. That was really funny. Yep, that's right. Played for the Seahawks twice. You remember how mad I was when he came back for the Raiders?
Yes, I do.
Out of nowhere, just all of a sudden, he's now playing the NFL
He still
again.
has some juice left with the Raiders, too.
He played 3 more seasons.
Yeah.
He played 2017, 2018, and then went to the Seahawks for 2019. And then he was done. All right, we need to get to a tiebreaker. We've already done a Marshawn Lynch.
How about Oil Can Boyd?
Surprisingly, I think we have done this before.
Have we done Oil Can Boyd?
But you weren't here.
I can come with another one.
No, I got old Oil Can. His name literally is Oil Can. Is that his name?
I don't think it's his real name. That's what he went by.
On Baseball Reference, you look it up. It's Oil Can.
Yeah, I can't.
Boyd.
I can't believe his mom named him Oil Can. So I'm gonna say that's a nickname.
I mean, I can imagine myself having a kid and being like, I have no idea what the name. Oh, there's an oil can.
No, I can't. I can't imagine you doing that, Scraven. That's that's saying a lot.
It is saying a lot. All right, we're gonna go to the tiebreaker. So let me get our first contestant here, and we will go to Brian in Escondido. Hello, Brian.
Hello.
Have you played the tiebreaker before or know about it?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask Tony to give me a question or a number. Based off the question I ask him, you're going to guess whether or not the actual number is higher or lower than what Tony said. So you'll get the hang of it here in just 1 second. Tony, Oil Can Boyd started how many games in his career?
Oh, how many years did Oil Can play?
10.
He played 10.
No, it says 11, actually.
He played 11. It's about, at that time, probably about 35 starts a year. I wouldn't say he was getting to that. I'm going to say, I'm not good with math. Let me add this up on this calculator I have in front of me. You said how many years?
11. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm going to say 230.
230. Brian, is the actual answer higher or lower?
I'm going higher.
He's going higher. Incorrect, Brian. Sorry to say. 207.
I was close.
You were. You pulled a great Chris Ello right there.
I have to do a calculator. He does it in his head, though, so.
Yeah, well, carry the 3. Let's go to, I think maybe Jamie? Is it Jamie or Jaime?
Jamie, as long as you don't call me worse than that, we're good.
Okay, Jamie's good. Then.
All right, Jamie, you already know what the tiebreaker is. Stay right there. Tony, how many strikeouts did he throw in his 11-year illustrious career?
He averaged about 6 of those boys a year, 6 per game. How many starts, I say?
Now you know this. 207 is the actual number. 1,200 strikeouts. Jamie, is the actual answer higher or lower?
And that's a good guess. It's 1,242 if you go by 6 strikeouts per game, 207 starts. I'm going to say lower.
Did we just have Dustin
He literally
Hoffman?
did what I did on a calculator in his head.
We just had
that
Rain
fast.
Man running here. That was amazing. But you are correct. Nice job, Jamie. Stay on the line. I'm going to get your information. The actual answer.
Real quick, Jamie, is math your thing?
Not really. I'm kind of dumb.
Good.
Fair enough.
Good. I like that. I like dumb people that can rattle off numbers like it's in the back of their head. It was 799 number of strikeouts.
That was way off.
Not a big strikeout
That was
guy.
not Chris Ello-esque right there.
No, it was not, but that's okay. Chris gets it wrong mostly all the time.
Nice work.
Yeah. So, Jamie, that's me. It's on me.
It's on you, buddy.
To take us to break. Jamie, stay right there. When we get back, we'll see where Chris is at. We'll also, I guess, Buck Showalter, I was trying to remember his name, asked Mike Shildt a very weird question in the interview on MLB Network. We'll talk about it when we get back on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 97.3.
on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Sello, not here. Hopefully joining us. Still in traffic. May not make it in time. So you get Chris and I.
Let's break down this
You
text.
get Matt and I. Excuse me. Sorry, Matt.
Chris said, bleep! Traffic moving
This is his
finally.
most recent text, ladies and gentlemen.
But we're still a ways from Riverside, hoping to make it on time. Did Shildt get host out of manager of the year? Is the final text he sent. And Tony said, yes, he did.
Hosed indeed.
Hosed is maybe a tough word for Mike Shildt, but
I thought about Chris today, outside of his tardiness to the show. Rafael Nadal retired today.
Oh.
And I know he's a big tennis guy. Nadal's career ended after Spain lost in the Davis Cup. That's the kind of team tennis tournament that they have. A tremendous career for him as he walks away. But it seems like his body is now at that point where a lot of us older folks are, where you can't play sports at the level that it takes to be a pro.
It's one of those athletes that we'll talk about forever and ever and ever.
For sure.
Because he was that good. And clay, no one could beat him on clay.
He played he came in an era where, it was really him and Federer who were dominating, and then obviously,
Jokic?
Jokic came in kind of right after those guys and dominated.
Or Djokovic, sorry. There's a lot of
Jokic
bitches.
is the Denver Nuggets.
Jokic is, he's the Joker. Djokovic is the tennis player.
There you go. Anyway, he retires today, and I know Chris is probably going to talk about this tomorrow when he's on the show because he definitely is a big fan. College football, their rankings came out today, and as you would expect, the four at the top of the class are still the same. Are Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State. Indiana at 5. The biggest story is the way the committee dropped BYU after the loss to Kansas. BYU moved down 8 spots from number 6 to number 14. So they, if the playoffs started today, would be out.
Wow.
Boise State, using the current rankings, Oregon, Big Ten champ, Texas, SEC champ as of right now, Miami, ACC champ, and Boise State of the Mountain West would be the 4 highest rated conference champions and would all receive a first-round bye. BYU, who's in the Big 12, would be included in the playoffs as the 5th highest-rated conference champion, but would be the number 12 seed and have to play in the first round. Remember, the top 5 highest-ranked conference winners automatically get into the playoff. The top 4, I believe, get byes. And so with Boise State winning their game and moving ahead of BYU, that now puts them out. And they don't control their destiny because, remember, they're in the Big 12. They'll play in a conference championship game, and it's likely going to be against the Colorado Buffalo. So whoever wins that game will get the last of the conference playoff spots available. So
this is kind of what they wanted.
It's shaping up. I will admit, I like the fact that we're talking about 12 teams right now and not, 4 before?
Yeah, we were just talking about 4.
About 4 teams.
It's not enough.
It's not. 12 feels about right.
It does, because you're seeing different type of teams being mentioned in it, being able to get into it, but they're going to expand it. You know that.
I don't know. That means the college football season is going to have to, the regular season is going to have to be shorter. Like, you're going to keep.
It's already pretty short. They're almost done by Thanksgiving. Some teams don't even play a bowl game for a month and a half.
Yeah, but then you're going to add, if you're expanding it, that's 3 games there. If you get to the final, right? I believe it's 3. And then if you expand it, where are you going? 24? Where does it stop at? You get the 4th game? I mean, I know they don't care.
However many SEC teams are.
I know as the NFL keeps raising their weeks, I guess college football has some room to keep raising theirs.
It really is kind of crazy how the seasons are keep getting longer and longer.
They certainly do.
Before the break, I teased Buck Showalter asked Mike Shildt something kind of random, and I can't find the video because it just happened, but Adam tweeted about it. And I guess Mike Shildt was on doing his interview before the award was handed out, and Buck Showalter asked about a toxic clubhouse in 2023 in the Padres clubhouse and how he was able to get through that. And I find that very weird.
Why is it weird? Can I ask you a question? Do you let's rewind back to 2023 end of season.
Yeah. We're talking Manny Machado. We're talking the Kevin Acee article.
Were there not a lot of people in San Diego, let's put the articles aside, that were trying to convince us on this show that there was clearly some toxic energy in there?
Yeah, there were. But I didn't believe it.
I didn't believe in it either. I shouldn't say I thought it was overblown.
I feel like this is a Buck Showalter question to maybe poke at the Padres a little bit.
Let me ask you a question.
But why the question?
Can I ask you a question real quick before you ask me the question? Why would he be wanting to do this all of a sudden? Because the Padres beat him?
Do you remember Eargate?
Of course I remember Eargate. He was trying to rattle the cage of Joe Musgrove, who said he knew exactly what Buck was doing.
I feel like it's a question that doesn't really need to be asked. Let
me ask you. Here's another question for you, as a fellow interviewer yourself.
Yes.
What kind of questions do you ask a manager that has probably asked and answered every type of question there is right now in a live interview coming up?
He's a Buck Showalter is a former manager. He could come up with something better than, hey, you had a toxic clubhouse. How did you fix it?
Is that not that doesn't seem like a...
I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Well, Mike corrected him in the answer that he gave, which was,
he said,
I think that
it was overblown.
Toxic thing was overblown.
He partnered with players and made sure players enjoyed themselves and were excited to arrive at the park. I just don't understand. It's not, and yes, I'm making a big deal out of it because we are on a slow news day, but
you're making a real big deal about
I just don't think the question's appropriate. It doesn't make sense. The 2023 team was not the 2024 team. Now, the more I think about it, understand where he was asking, or what he was asking? Like, how did you turn around a team that was in turmoil? But I just think it's a weird, oddly placed question after he's just up for manager of the year. I wouldn't ask it.
I don't think he was. I think he was still up for manager of the year at that point when they were interviewing him, because
That's true.
hadn't actually given the award yet.
You're right. Right.
I don't know. I think in November 19th, there ain't a lot of things to ask him right now. They don't know anything about free agency. We didn't hear the whole interview. I'm sure they asked him about the 2024 season and how all of it went. When you gotta, sometimes you just gotta throw a question out there. That's probably the one that came to mind because, it had some scintillation behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't think that he was asking it because he wanted to dig at the Padres for
I don't know how this works.
Or whatever it was.
If I was Mike Shildt, I would answer it like this. Be like, well, Buck, how did you handle it after Eargate and you embarrassed your team? That's what I would have said.
That sounds a lot like what you would have said, Scrape.
I would have gone right on the defensive immediately.
Let's get to break because we got a big five on the other end, and Scraby's getting more upset. More Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and
There's a Roadrunner. Meet. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble. And Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well. But our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris.
Snell and Max Fried per Jeff Passan via the Cespedes Barbecue Baseball podcast. Interesting. Red Sox they supposedly have already met with Soto. Maybe they're looking to get back into the big spending ways of the Boston Red Sox.
You know, that always works. When your team is underperforming, you just throw a bunch of money at it and see what happens.
Sounds like you're a little envious.
I'm not envious at all.
The Padres have definitely done that.
Oh, yeah. No, the Padres have done that, and it's kind of sort of worked for them.
It definitely has worked for them. As Chris, as I think so perfectly pointed out, this is probably the best stretch of Padre baseball that this city has ever seen.
It definitely is. I mean, I've only seen
playoffs
since
in what, 3 of the last
4?
4?
2020, 21. No, they didn't make it in 21. 22, they
three
made
of the last
it 24.
5.
Yeah.
3 of the last 5.
which is better than it used to be.
Yeah, I can't think of 3 of the last 5.
Well, I got nothing for you.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
You do have a big 5 for us.
I do.
though.
I got a lot going on there.
Before we do that, though, let's check some traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive-Thru Oil Change, your trusted instant drive-thru oil change. Got a few problems here, guys. One of them is a stalled vehicle on southbound 805 just past La Jolla Village Drive. It's over to the right shoulder. Also going to find on southbound 163 past Washington Street. Collision involving a couple vehicles there over to the right shoulder. And crash on southbound 15 right around Adams Avenue. Looks like that one may still be blocking lanes, so expect to see some slow traffic approaching that. Stop by any of the 30 San Diego Valvoline Instant Oil Change Centers. You don't have to get out of your car. Usually only takes 15 minutes or less. Plus, get a free courtesy check of your tires and battery. Visit SoCalOilChange.com for directions and discounts. SoCalOilChange.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get into it. We have a ton to talk about in the Big Five today. We have Barry Bloom, who voted for...
Boomski.
Yes, he voted for Paul Skeens in the Rookie of the Year, but then he gave his explanation, so we'll talk about that. Also, the Aztecs are ranked in the poll that you do not want to be ranked in, the Aztecs football team. You do not, and I'll tell you about that in just a second.
I didn't know there was a poll that
There's not, but CBS Sports put together the worst 25 in the country.
CBS, they think they got jokes about a lot of stuff. They seem to be the TMZ of sports.
Their
right?
content guys,
Yeah.
like, I got a great idea. Rank the worst teams in the country.
It's cold-blooded.
All right.
Number 5.
Now, on Twitter, people are very angry at me for saying that the NL Rookie of the Year award was a popularity contest, but one of the voters, a person that we've all met, Barry Bloom, revealed why he voted for Paul Skeens. He tweeted, "We're sworn to secrecy until the vote is announced. I will say that I thought Skeens had the numbers, was the first pick in the draft, and made a national impact. Nothing against Merrill. He had a terrific year coming out of nowhere." Tony, what does this statement tell you about how Boomski voted?
It tells me that there's a lot of people voted the same way he did. However, I challenged the thought of he made a national... He was a national impact. I mean, he was already being looked at as that guy who had a chance to get to the big leagues, a year after being drafted?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he had already kind of done that prior to getting to the big leagues. Once he got there, he did his job, but I'm not buying the other two reasonings, right?
Yeah, the one that says...
The last one being that...
he was a national impact.
National impact on what? His team was not good.
His team wasn't good.
What impact did he have? Us talking, you guys on the East Coast talking about it? That's the impact. What was the other reason? He cited 3 of them.
He cited.
First
he
pick,
said the numbers. First pick in the draft
is irrelevant.
Made a national impact.
Yeah. No.
So 2 of those 3 do not suffice.
Yeah, I agree.
What does this statement tell you about how Boomski voted? I sat next to Boomski during those 2 games against the Braves in the wild card, and I overheard conversations, not just from him, but from everyone. And the sense that I got from these writers is that they were just so in love with Paul Skeens that they could not see why Jackson Merrill was going to be the Rookie of the Year. And I don't agree with anything that they said. I feel like this is, I don't want to say lazy, but I feel like this is what you do when you haven't paid enough attention to Jackson Merrill, by saying he was the first pick, and he lived up to it, made national impact. He's the guy. I'm going to vote for him. I think this is more of a popularity statement than anything.
Yeah, I don't know. The reasonings, I don't see how, if you were watching baseball games, that it's that easy of a vote for you.
Yeah.
Just
Number 4.
All right, the Aztecs football team is 3-7 on the year, and I'm not sure what we envisioned, but they are what they are, and CBS Sports took notice. They released the bottom 25, which lists the worst teams in the country. A team we recently bet on, Kent State, is the number one terrible team in the country.
Are we in the 20s?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just on the cusp of getting out of the top, the bottom 25.
San Diego State is ranked 24th, according to the unofficial ranking. But here's the blurb that they wrote next to the Aztecs, Tony. Get ready for this, because this is very snarky. Sean Lewis was an offensive coach before coming to San Diego State. I have to note that because you couldn't tell by watching the Aztecs this year. They currently rank 11th in the Mountain West Conference in total offense, 9th in scoring offense, hence why they're in the bottom 25 now. It could be a brief stay depending on what happens Saturday against Utah State, who Utah State was number 25. So we got a battle of the bad coming up. I'm up first. Have you seen improvement throughout the season from this Aztecs team? I have seen improvement, but I don't know that I've seen enough improvement. It's not like I want Sean Lewis fired or anything like that. I don't think it's overwhelming.
Say it with your chest now.
No, I don't think it's overwhelming improvement. I definitely think they've improved through the year. They've hung in games that they probably wouldn't have hung in earlier in the year. Danny O'Neill's a true freshman quarterback. I do think that he's getting better each week, but I think the improvement is maybe it's not up to where you would want it to be if you're the Aztecs football program. What do you think, Tony? Have you seen improvement?
Yes, I've seen improvement. It hasn't been gigantic, but it's enough for me to still believe in Sean Lewis, though. So
yeah.
I think it's a little ridiculous that we are the expectation should be anything other than trying to get the right kids in here for his system and seeing some incremental steps moving forward. I mean, listen, what did the Aztecs finish last year? How many wins did they have last year? Do you know? Remember?
Let me look. I have a terrible memory, Tony.
Clearly, I do too, because I don't remember where they finished at in 2023.
Thank goodness for the internet. They did not finish well. 4-8.
4-8.
So if they finish this year 4-8, it's the same. I mean, yeah, same thing. They got to win one more game to even get there.
Yeah. So we'll see how the rest of the season shake. I still think I've seen some improvement. You got an actual quarterback.
Yes.
That's
and he's here to stay.
Got some players on the outside that look like they're doing something. I mean, they got some pieces. It's going to take some time. I think that's just what it is.
And for the record, I do not want Sean Lewis fired before anybody says that. I have been hearing
sounds
rumblings
like that's what you said. It sounds like what you were saying, dog.
No. I did not write that blurb, but it was kind of an aggressive blurb.
Number 3.
The Jets season has gone down the tubes. They fired their GM, they fired their head coach, and Aaron Rodgers' poor play has also been a big part of it. But could the Jets get out of Aaron Rodgers' contract, Tony? If they cut him before June 1st, they would have his $23.5 million against the cap. However, he can be designated a post-June 1st cut, which would actually save the Jets $9.5 million against the 2025 cap, freeing his deal from the books. The team would actually get the same savings if it literally held Rodgers on the roster until June 1st, then traded him afterward, but no one really thinks that he would fetch any trade value at the moment. Tony, if you are the Jets, would you move forward without Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, what is that? Who are you bringing in? Like, with the roster that you have put together, it is not solely an Aaron Rodgers problem.
Taylor's the backup.
You got some good wideouts. You got a good defense. If you can tell me that you're going to replace Aaron Rodgers with, I don't know, someone older but has those kind of credentials, I would be okay, fine. You can roll the dice there. But other than that, you're going to have to strip this whole thing down. If that's the route you're thinking.
I mean, they're firing everyone. Isn't that what you do when you strip things down?
The other thing that kind of I don't seems like it would put this whole thing in limbo is the fact that their owner might be, doing some working for the government.
What?
You didn't know about this? Their owner, Johnson?
What do you? No, I haven't seen this.
Remember last time I believe Donald Trump was the president, he was some type of ambassador somewhere. And so I don't think he's can actually do things in terms of owning the team and release. So I think there's a whole bunch up in the air right now.
That is up in the air. For me, yes, you move on without Aaron Rodgers. I'm looking at the 2025 mock draft. Guess who's going number 1, Tony, in the mock draft for 2025 NFL?
Shador?
Yes, Shador Sanders. They have a lot of good quarterbacks in the...
I don't know that the Jets are bad enough yet, though.
They're not. That's the problem. Cam Ward is also out there as a quarterback. Jalen Milroe is also out there as a quarterback. I say you find yourself into that situation and draft a new quarterback. Get Aaron Rodgers out of there.
Get in line, because apparently the Cowboys are looking to
the
try
Cowboys,
to do
the
the
Giants,
same thing, right?
the Browns, everybody. I just think Aaron Rodgers has been put them behind a little bit for some reason this year. It's just not working whatsoever.
Number 2.
All right, Tony, I saw an article titled Just For Me. Quote, Scott Boras does not seem like he learned anything from last season. And you know what? I'm clicking on that one. And, you know, I know this guy's name is not really a town favorite, but Ken Rosenthal, the reporter, wrote, quote, The Athletic's Tim Britton projects a 7-year, $189 million contract for free agent third baseman Alex Bregman. Rosenthal writes, I suspect that Bregman and his agent Scott Boras are aiming higher, specifically at a deal closer to Manny Machado's extension at 11 years and $350 million. That's what Rosenthal reported, and that's what a lot of people are hearing is what they're asking for. Is Alex Bregman worth Manny Machado money?
No. And not because Alex isn't extremely talented and has won to his credit. He has been on winners and done this but in terms of, you know, pound for pound, stat for stat, Manny's the better hitter, better third baseman. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing. Sometimes Ken comes off as a hater. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with Boras asking for.
You start with 350,
you
and then you work
assume it's
down.
going to work down, and that's kind of how you negotiate. That's how everybody negotiates. You ask for a high number, hoping that if they happen to say no, they come back down to what you really want. And so, you know, this is why Scott Boras is a master at his craft, is that he can get Ken to write an article like this and say, oh, he's asking for the moon, and then end up somewhere in the stars, and then boom, you got a boatload of cash that him and the player will share together.
Is Ken Rosenthal, I shouldn't actually ask you this and put you on the spot, but is he an owner's shill reporter?
I don't think so.
Like, does he get owners that say, hey, we need you to push something?
I think Ken pushes a lot of buttons, so I don't know that he's anybody's shill. You know what I'm saying? Like, he writes the stuff that...
Equal opportunity shill.
Yeah, he gives it out everywhere.
Yeah, that's very true. I don't think Alex Bregman's worth Manny money, but I will trust what you say, Tony.
Number 1.
In
so
the day,
kind of you.
What?
So kind of you.
In the day and age of complaining, which I do a lot of, we have a new complaint. I got way too wet on a water ride at Disneyland.
I can't believe you put this in
The
there.
new ride is a revamped Splash Mountain called Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and I guess it's soaking everyone. One writer
Princess
said...
and the Frog theme.
Yes. The one writer said, quote, we bought insanely overpriced ponchos before the ride, but it really didn't help. Our shoes and bodies were soaked. We would only do this again if we had a complete change of clothes or could run back to a hotel room on the property. It's just not fun to us. Another one said, if we wanted to go to a water park, we would have done it. But this is located in the middle of Disneyland. They further fumed, according to the article. I'm up first. Is there such a thing as a water ride that gets you too wet? No. You're getting on a water ride.
By the way,
I've been soaked on Splash Mountain before.
If I'm not mistaken, unless they took those signs down that says you will get wet, you may get soaked or
It says
drenched.
that.
It says that.
And the little recording says it too. Like, hey, if you don't want to get wet, this ride's not for you.
People are just...
Tony, I got wet on a water ride. I need a refund. Okay?
I got wet on... Well, I guess I can't say Splash Mountain anymore because it's not called that.
No, it's Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
You're in the Bayou.
Matt Snyder, CBS Sports at 520 on 97.3 The Fan.
Scraby. 5 o'clock on the dot. Little Maction getting ready to take off. Northern Illinois taking on Miami of Ohio.
Do you know what Northern Illinois' mascot is? Illinois, I should say.
Huskies?
I think they're the Salukis.
They are the Salukis.
Okay.
Yes.
When it was coming out of my mouth, I'm like, I hope this is not a word.
No, it might be. It might be the Huskies.
Let me see.
I think it might be the Huskies.
Southern Illinois.
Yeah.
They do have a husky as their logo too.
Thought it looked like a dog.
I like it when you and Jesse do that on the broadcast. Try to figure out what team names are.
I've had to get my mascot game up because for the first couple years I'd be like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But then you start hearing some of the same ones. You can always rely on an eagle, or because there's a bunch of those out there.
You could rely on like I'm trying to think.
There's some. The Huskies are quite.
Huskies, yes,
that's like there's at least 3.
Eagle, definitely.
Eagle.
The Dolphins. No,
I don't know that there's a dolphin.
Anyway,
nonetheless, into the happy hour.
Broncos is a good one. Boise State Broncos, Western Michigan Broncos.
Broncos another one. I think there's another one in there too. Santa Clara. Are they the Broncos?
They might be.
Yeah. Anyway, Matt Snyder will join us here next segment. Get to talk to him a little bit about how he voted and what went through his mind as he selected Paul Skeens. He was not alone, one of 23. So, I mean, we're kind of in the minority in terms of how we view this thing.
Yeah, we are.
So
we definitely are.
There's that. Mike Shildt also was runner-up today.
We're number 2. We're number 2, as Tyler said on the chat earlier.
Mr. Murphy of the Brewers took home the Manager of the Year. Pat Murphy came home with the Manager of the Year award this year. Mike Shildt finished second. Third was Carlos Mendoza from the New York Mets was the third place winner. I believe Torey Lovello finished just outside. I think he finished fourth. He had one second place vote by none other than Barry Bloom.
No, it was Keith Law.
I'm sorry, Keith Law. Bloom had he had Skeens. Skeens 1, Merrill 2.
We had a
number 1 pick, national presence.
We had an Oliver Marmol from Keith Law.
Oliver, that's the one that is a little bit head scratching, right?
I mean, you made some good points about how they didn't finish terrible, but
they didn't. I think,
but no one's talking about Oliver Marmol.
If you remember, if you take your Padre minds back, it was that series in Pittsburgh that Jackson Merrill actually put himself.
Don't ask me why my mind works.
There's probably a lot of Chris Ello on those buttons over there.
Oh, yeah. You want me to...
I love kickers. Hello. Scraby's point is really good.
I'm a clown.
Name and logo.
I wanted to congratulate my favorite college football coach, Nick Saban.
Cornholing.
Howdy do.
Chill, son.
That's pretty funny.
That's a lot.
That's pretty funny. I like that.
But anyway, turn back time is what we're doing.
Yeah. No, I think if you go back to that time frame, that is when Jackson Merrill actually made it a race. He went to Pittsburgh. I think he had in 2, maybe all 3 of those games, at least 2 of those 3 games, he factored in late with a big hit, big homer.
Didn't he take one deep off of Bednar?
Yep. And then they went to Miami, and he proceeded to do the same exact thing.
He did.
That was the trip I wasn't on. I just remember coming home or catching the 7th inning on and him doing something ridiculous. He almost did something in the last game. I remember as we were driving home, he came up in a big spot. It was like the first time in the 6-game road trip that he didn't actually do something. But that was the road trip, ironically, Pittsburgh, that started him on the national kind of stage. They're on the East Coast, playing, East Coast time zone, and he put on a show.
He did, but no one noticed because the Pirates are terrible and no one watches the Pirates.
Well, no, they noticed because if you remember, that's when all the conversation started. What happened was, I think after we went back to the East Coast one more time, Tampa was on that trip. From that point on, we were on the West Coast the rest of the year, even on the road trips. And, just as it was from basically March to August, he had been doing the same work in that time frame, just nobody was talking about it. He went to the East Coast, just to prove my point, he went to the East Coast for a week. And when he came back from that week, the conversation had completely changed about Rookie of the Year. And then in that time, Paul Skeens wasn't throwing the ball like great like he was early. But then he came back home. Jackson Merrill continues to do his same thing, but he's on the West Coast now. Paul Skeens starts to throw the ball better. He's on the East Coast. You know,
how much does it factor in that Paul Skeens ducked Jackson Merrill in the two matchups that they had?
I can't with you, dude.
I mean, he goes to Pittsburgh, doesn't face Jackson Merrill. Pittsburgh comes to San Diego a week later, doesn't face Jackson Merrill.
Dude, his spot in the rotation was not up. Knock it off.
Well, he's so great, he could pitch on 3 days rest.
Oh, now you want the man out there jeopardizing his career pitching on 3 days rest.
Yes. To prove
Yes,
that he is the
actually,
best
I
rookie.
do.
I would have. I mean, that is kind of a bummer that the two rookies of the year
they never faced off.
Yeah. And they will face off, but it might have to be at a different date, years from now. Who knows, Tony? Who knows?
Either way, it didn't go the Padres' way. We got Matt Snyder coming on to talk a little bit about it. We'll talk a little bit about Mike Shildt finishing second. Plus, what the Padres have in store for this upcoming offseason. It's been relatively quiet in terms of what direction are the Padres going. I don't think we honestly know. You know,
we don't know what the budget
is. We know
is.
they need a pitcher with Joe out.
A left fielder.
It would seem they need a left fielder because Jarek Saprofa very well may have priced himself out of coming back.
A shortstop.
We'll see. Possibly a shortstop. Xander could be the answer.
A catcher.
I don't. At least, well, we don't know.
A backup.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. We don't know what. We don't know what the market is going to look like for Kyle Higashioka. We don't know. I don't know what shortstops available. I mean, it was like last year or 2 years ago, all the shortstops were free agents all at the same time, and the Padres got one. They got Xander.
Yes, they did.
So
but now Xander doesn't play shortstop.
So I mean, there is a lot of I think unanswered more so than there was going in the last offseason when you knew the Padres had to tighten their belt a little bit. They probably had to move Juan Soto. I think there's probably even more questions.
Are you willing to take a prove-it deal on Tim Anderson at this point?
A prove-it deal?
Like, are you still a major league player deal? Like minimum.
I mean, you could take a flyer for minimum.
I'm that guy, and that's why maybe I lose in fantasy football because I'm like, I feel like this is good value. It's good value. He's going to be okay.
It's only good value if he turns into being an everyday shortstop.
Being the guy he was back a couple years ago. The other shortstops on the free agent market, Willie Adames, which he's not going to be a Padre. He's going to make a lot of money with some other team. Jose Iglesias, we talked about. He's probably not a shortstop anymore in his career. Paul DeYoung, Kevin Newman, Ahmed Rosario, Nick Ahmed.
Newman signed.
Oh, yes, it does say that right next to it. L.A. Angels. Brandon Crawford, he's probably too old. You didn't want to say it that way. But Aledmus Diaz and Tim Anderson. So not many free agent shortstops on the market either. However, Leo Dallas DeVries has moved up past Ethan Salas in the Baseball America rankings.
I got to say that I'm not surprised by that.
Really?
I'm not. I tend when I'm around listening to scouts talk about players, I try to listen to the words and the tone they have when they're talking about a guy, because scouts are very similar. Like when they're talking about a guy, they're pretty passionate about it, and you can just kind of get a feel for it. And DeVries has been so impressive to at least in everybody I've talked to, that it's just a different type of conversation when you're talking about DeVries versus Salas. Salas, you got to remember, is I don't want to call him a baby, but he is young.
So is DeVries.
How old is DeVries?
18.
How old is Salas now?
18?
18? No, so they're about the same age.
I always forget how old he is.
It seems to me, and I haven't seen DeVries yet up close in person, but it seems to me he's more advanced offensively. I haven't seen his glove work yet, but I hear
DeVries
that
just turned 18 on October 11th.
So he's young too. And I'm telling you, the way they are talking about DeVries is different than they're talking about Salas.
You can't tell.
And Salas has been around for, a couple years now. He's been in pro ball for a little bit. They're talking about DeVries differently.
Now, how much of that is because he's playing a position that's much more difficult?
Catching is. There's so much more on his plate. So that certainly could be a part of it. But just the energy that you hear when guys are talking about DeVries is different. It's definitely different.
That's good.
And
That's a good note.
To see here that he's moved past Salas as the Padres' top prospect, I imagine, because Salas was 1. So that means Salas moved to 2.
Yeah, according to Baseball America.
So, we'll see if the other publications fall in line with that.
Trevor is asking DeVries, or he's stating DeVries may be on the roster if he has a good spring training.
I think it would be wishful thinking, but you never know, man.
Jackson Merrill.
You know what I'm saying?
But they did it right with Jackson Merrill because they did not bring him up.
Right. Jackson Merrill had, it seemed like he was having a year. Every year he was healthy, he was balling.
Yeah, because I know that he got sick there one of those years, and it was not easy for him. But he, I had no idea what he was going to do. But ever since he started spring training, he looked great for the Padres. Great. And you know what's so funny is we were watching highlights of him playing shortstop the other day. I can't even imagine Jackson Merrill playing shortstop.
You've never seen it.
Yeah, because I've never seen it. I don't even know how good he is at shortstop. I'm sure he's great at shortstop, but I can't imagine it in my head. I mean, think about his range in the outfield. That range translates to the infield.
I don't know how it translates. To be honest with you, I've seen him play far more outfield than I have infield. So it's even hard for me to see it, but clearly he was there at one point. All right, let's get to break. On the other side, Matt Snyder, CBS Sports, will join us. We'll get a chance to grill him a little bit on his pick. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side. Here's some traffic.
From the Nugget.
of them, he will not get to Riverside in time. So
I think I said that.
So he will miss out on the chance to talk to our next guest. Matt Snyder joins us, CBS Sports. Matt, thank you for coming on. And I have to start with, when we had you on the last time, you kind of let us know that you had a vote. And I remember hearing your tone change a little bit as you talked about Jackson Merrill and Paul Skeens. And after you got off, I told the guys, I was like, still have a good feeling about Matt's vote here. I think it's going Skeens just based on the tone and tenor that he had. And sure enough, Paul Skeens. And listen, let's be fair about this. You weren't close to being the only one. 23 first-place votes for Paul Skeens. So this was a pretty clear-cut thing for most writers. My question for you, Matt, is what went into your thought process in terms of going with Skeens over Jackson Merrill?
Well, I didn't know that I was going to have to deal with this right now, so I have to go. So, man, if you could read me that well, then I'm either was really terrible at hiding it, or you should be on like Survivor or something.
I do consider myself I'd be pretty good on Survivor, I must say. But go ahead.
Cool. First off, I thought it's going to sound wishy-washy. I thought it was an incredibly difficult decision, and I have a column up where I kind of sorted it out. And generally speaking, I do go for position players over pitchers. I just thought Skeens was so dominant that he got a little bit of a bump up over Merrill there. And, I mean, look, Merrill was so clutch, and we talked about the 6 home runs that tied or won the game 8th inning or later. That was huge. I can't believe that he learned center field in spring training and did such a good job with it during the regular season, but he'd never played there before. I thought it was incredible. I wish that I would have had a slot for a position player and a pitcher, but it came down to it. I had to pick one, and I thought a sub-2 ERA from Skeens, all those double-digit strikeout games when he was held back early in the season, I thought he got enough workload, 133 innings, over 500 batters faced, that it got him into the ballpark with Merrill. And I thought once he was there, he was the more dominant player. And I still, when I sent it in, wasn't even sure about it. And I did think, and I included this in my column, one thought I had was, I think Skeens is going to win comfortably, and it should be closer than it's going to end up. But I don't think that I should vote based on Skeens should win, but it should be closer, so I'm going to vote for Merrill. It's like trying to figure out the rest of the voting body. I shouldn't do that. I think I should vote for who I thought was the best rookie, and I thought that Skeens was the more dominant and therefore best rookie. But again, it was incredibly close, and I thought that the vote should have been closer. But maybe it was a bunch of people who kind of were in the same boat with me. I mean, I guess I'll go with, I'm a Bears fan. I think that what happened on Sunday, if I said, hey, everybody tell me who won between the Bears and Packers, everybody would say the Packers. Just because 30 people said the Packers won doesn't mean it was a blowout. It was a very, very close game.
Right.
That's what I felt about this vote. It was very, very close, and just because a lot more people voted Skeens for first place doesn't mean that he blew Merrill out on the field.
I will say I think that's how it should be voted. I think you should be voting just as if you were the only one voting, and I think that's how you get your best answer down on the sheet of paper. Let me ask you this. If Merrill gets to 30 homers, do you think that changes the conversation, or was Paul Skeens so dominant? As you mentioned, under a 2 ERA, you just don't see that very often, especially from a guy who just got drafted last year. Or was that just too much dominance to overcome when it was all said and done?
Well, I mean, that one's tough because I don't get into whole numbers as much, like if it's 29 versus 30 home runs or something like that. But I mean, you're talking about 6 more home runs of production,
right?
So
which probably gets him over the 100.
He's probably pushing his average over 300, probably pushing the RBIs over 100.
Yeah.
That's a whole different resume there. And given that I said it was so close, maybe that would have put him over the top. It's hard for me to say exactly now because, like, I voted and I wrote the column before the playoffs even started, and it's been a long time since then. And I've been like thinking a lot more about the Hall of Fame now than the vote. But thinking about where I was and how close I thought it was, it wouldn't have been the round number as much as how much more overall production that would have meant that Merrill had. I think it probably would have been enough. Yeah.
We're talking to Matt Snyder, CBS Sports here on 97.3 The Fan, and you've kind of taken all the wind out of my sails because I knew you were going to justify your points, and I knew that you were going to have numbers and you were going to have reasons for it and all of that. I guess I'm asking because I know everybody takes their vote seriously. I'm not asking if they're not taking the vote seriously, but is there any sort of criteria that they give you to vote upon, or is it just who is the best player in your mind?
It's essentially who's the best player. Like you're supposed to take certain things into account. I don't have it pulled up in front of me right now, but the basic gist is it is the best player as long as he's qualified as a rookie. And now, because there have been mistakes in the past, now there's a drop down. I forget, it was somebody on the Cubs got a really messed up vote, and it came out that the voter meant to put somebody else that had a name similar. So now we have a drop down box. You can't just type in the name anymore. It's a drop down box.
That's funny.
Yeah. But other than that, it's like I said, I'd have to pull it up to find the specific wording, and there are instructions, but it is essentially just who's the best player in your mind. So it's open to interpretation in terms of how do you define the best player, or how do you measure a pitcher versus a position player? It's all kind of left up to the voter.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Matt Snyder joins us here, CBS Sports. Matt, let's talk a little bit about this upcoming free agency. I would go into the manager, but Padres finished second in that one as well with Mike Shildt.
We're the best runner-up, Matt. We're the best runner-up out there.
Falling behind Murphy for the Brewers. But this free agency for the Padres doesn't seem as straightforward as last year. That's surprising, right? Because last year there was a ton of questions. You knew the Padres were tightening their belt. They were likely going to have to move Juan Soto, and they did that. And A.J. Preller did it as well as you could possibly do it. Now you fast forward to this year. Don't know as much in terms of what they're going to be spending, what they're not going to be spending. We do know that some contracts on the books are already scheduled for pay raises. They have an open left field spot. They currently have an open shortstop spot. They certainly have to get a starting pitcher to replace Joe Musgrove, who most likely will miss all of 2025. How do you see this one shaping out? Because I know last year when we talked to you, we knew going in that AJ had a lot of work to do. He might have as much work to do this year.
Man, that just the way that you painted that, it makes it all the more that much of a bummer that they didn't win either games 4 or games 5 in the NLDS, because it's like, man, the World Series is right there for the taking. I feel like Profar is going to be a high priority because it's such a good fit. He's comfortable there. He's coming off a career year. Maybe there's a hometown discount there. Not that he should give one, because this is going to be his one big payday.
Yeah.
But I feel like Profar is going to be some level of a priority there. It's hard to know what they're going to do money-wise, because it looks like it's a bit under $200 million right now, and you know they could probably go to 240 or 250. But in terms of the luxury tax, because of the way it's figured with all those future contracts, they're actually already over the luxury tax.
Yeah.
So are they just going to say, screw it, who cares, just do whatever? And I'm sure you guys have spoken about this a lot, but it's difficult.
Yeah.
In terms of pitching, 1 year Band-Aid for Musgrove. Maybe you go for somebody with high upside like a Nathan Eovaldi type. Again, it's so hard to know what the parameters are going to be on what they're looking to sign there. Shane Bieber, coming off Tommy John surgery, kind of a lottery ticket. I'm sure he won't be ready for the start of the year, but middle of May, the Padres survived with a lot of injuries last year.
Yeah, they did.
And by the end of the year, Bieber could be a stud. And he's probably, like I said, looking for like a 1 year deal to rebuild his value after Tommy John surgery. So maybe that's the pool you're swimming in.
Yeah. Walker Buehler may be in that pool as well.
What's that?
I said Walker Buehler may be in
Walker
that
Buehler, 100%.
1 year pool as well.
Walker Buehler's in there. I don't know if the Diamondbacks would do this, but if they're willing to eat almost all of Jordan Montgomery's money, you might as well just say, hey, we'll throw you something for Jordan Montgomery, because he's somebody else who's looking to rebuild his value. It's interesting to see. And again, if you're looking at the trade instead of free agency and Profar walks, maybe Brent Rooker, you don't know how much the A's are going to request for him. His payday's not going to shatter the payroll. It's going to be really interesting to see how things shake out. And another name to watch, as you mentioned, shortstop, again, you're going with high risk, but the Padres are comfortable here, right? Like you're used to being in the high risk area, and assuming the Blue Jays don't sign Juan Soto, which I don't think they're going to, they might as well start trading, right? And Bo Bichette is 1 year away from free agency. Terrible year last year, so he's not going to get the extension he wants from the Blue Jays. Maybe they won't get a ton for him. Hey, you might as well try Bo Bichette at shortstop for a year and see what you get. That would be another one in that same kind of ballpark where I might look.
Talking to Matt Snyder here of CBS Sports. And last one for me, Matt. I'm going to go back a little bit to the voting. I wish I would have thought of this question earlier, but we've been talking on the show about how some of the awards, like all MLB, is voted upon by coaches and people that are in the dugout. Why do you think the awards that hold the most weight are the media-based voting awards?
That's just the way it started, I guess. Way back when the awards started giving out by BBWAA, and then it just kind of became the thing that this is the MVP award and so on. Major League Baseball is doing the thing right now on MLB Network where they host that show that was last week, hosted by Roy Wood Jr., who was great, by the way. I wish people would sell his jokes more because he does a great job. But, they're starting to kind of push their own awards, like the All MLB team and all that. But I still think these just hold the most weight because that's what everybody's used to.
Yeah.
They're used to talking about the Cy Young and the MVP award. I will say this. Maybe I'm biased because I am a writer. I still think we're the best suited to do it because the players during the season are playing. They're not paying attention to some of the stuff that I might be mentioning on the awards. And I'm sitting here – I'm the one that's sitting at a computer looking up all these stats and thinking about it all the time. They're thinking about playing. Coaches are game planning.
That's fair.
Managers are game planning. We're the ones that are thinking about it all the time. And I also think that we're probably pretty representative too. I know that people yell and scream about votes a lot of times, but usually if you take polls on the internet or wherever, it usually pretty well lines up with how the votes shake out.
I think that's fair. I for one, don't necessarily think the players would get it right all the time.
Coaches?
I think coaches would do a better job. But as Matt said, though, they don't. The players and coaches are doing their job, so they aren't going to see everybody. They're just going to see highlights most of the time.
And the coaches and managers have voted on the Gold Gloves forever, and we've heard so much
That's
about how
also
bad
true.
The Gold Glove votes are. And one of my favorite ones is Rafael Palmeiro when he won the Gold Glove and he played like 19 games at first base. That's what you get when you have the coaches voting.
They just assumed he was out there for all the games.
Well, somebody did a study once that was like, all things being equal, usually the best offensive player would win Gold Glove.
100%.
Because the coaches
100%.
aren't used to scouting the defense as much as they're used to game planning against opposing, because you can't vote for your own players. So you only vote for opposing players. They're used to game planning against the offense. They don't pay attention to defense as much. You see Rafael Palmeiro on there, and you're like, oh, man, he must be a stud defender because he's so good at hitting. So, yeah.
All right, Matt, I got one more for you. I told you I was going to hold your feet to the fire, but this one isn't really on you or anything like that. Paul Skeens was also up for Cy Young, which is being given out tomorrow. Would that be egregious if he won the Cy Young Award, or do you think he's going to win the Cy Young Award?
No.
Okay.
That would be egregious.
The shortfall in workload is just way too much there because of how good Wheeler and Sale were both. He should finish third place, and I expect that he will. If he beat out Sale and Wheeler there, that would be atrocious. Because, like, on a rate basis, he was just as good as they were, right? But it's 133 innings versus.
That's right.
Wheeler was around 200. Sale was
170-ish.
180.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot of innings when you're similar to those guys.
Yeah.
So
a lot can happen in those innings too.
Yes,
for
100%.
Sure. Matt, as always, man, I expected nothing but you standing on 10 toes after your vote, and that's exactly what you did. We always appreciate you coming on and spending time with us, my man.
All right, guys, take care.
Thanks, Matt.
Matt Snyder, CBS Sport, standing on 10 on his vote, and he had reasonable evidence.
Yeah, the chat's not too happy with us just accepting it, but I tried. I mean, what am I going to do? The guy gave us his explanation. I can't, yell at him.
What did the chat want you to ask?
Oh, no, it wasn't, about questions. It was more of oh, man, that's just an easy answer, which I kind of feel those things at times.
What was he going to say?
No, but Matt Snyder, I will tell everybody right now, Matt Snyder is the perfect person to have on because he will give us the truth. He's not going to sugarcoat
I
it
actually
because he's in San
believe
Diego.
Matt Snyder is probably as unbiased as anybody can be. He's what, the East Coast? He's on the East?
He's in Indiana.
Midwest.
Yeah.
So, I listen, I disagree with 23 people voting schemes, but it is what it is.
Oh my gosh, Tony. I got so locked into
It's 5:35, and your last question took us well beyond.
No,
I just want to point that out.
No, this is the 5 o'clock football hour is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football. Visit Buffalo Wild Wings every Tuesday for buy one, get one half off traditional wings. There we go.
Want to take us a break now?
When we get back, we had a really nice interview with Dave Velasquez of the Aztecs men's basketball team. He had lots of energy. He talked about last night's game, so you'll hear that when we get back on Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan.
Hi, San.
5:41 on the clock, coming to an end of this wonderful 4-hour show with me and Matt Scraby.
Oh, it's been so good. So good.
There is an article out.
I'm a clown.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean that.
Called The Hater's Guide to Deion Sanders. I immediately looked at Scraby and said, dude, you wrote a piece and didn't tell me?
I didn't write it.
I mean, he didn't write it.
Although I did title it.
I certainly was about to read him a few excerpts from it, but we don't have time. We got to
You can read one.
Okay, one. He picks apart a lot of the hate reasons to hate Deion Sanders. Last year's criticism, no, this was the one that I specifically picked out for Scraby. Sanders treated the former players poorly in terms of how he treated them on the way out when he arrived. That was one of Scrabe's biggest pet peeves.
I hated that.
He really, and the article goes on to kind of slash this argument. It says, tell me you know nothing about college football without telling me. This is the criticism I'm most sensitive to because that's where the real life rubber meets the road in terms of how lives, families, and careers are affected. But that's been an unfortunate reality of the system that existed long before Coach Prime ever set foot on Folsom Field.
You know, people who say, tell me you don't know anything about college football without telling me are the people who don't know anything about college football.
I think he's
That's just a fancy phrase.
I think he's describing you, Scraby. I don't think he's describing himself.
Hey, I think it's a fancy phrase.
Do you know anything about college football?
Yeah. Duh.
Yeah.
Duh.
Let's get to our interview of the day. Before we do that, some traffic, but Coach Dave Velasquez joined us, talk a little bit about the aftermath of the Gonzaga defeat and where he sees this team going as we get into crunch time.
From the
bonus pretty early, but aren't able to quite get to the line to kind of take advantage of that. Is that a sign of the youth that you have in there, or is that just kind of how the game was called there after that point?
That's a great question. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit. It's not just the youthfulness. I think it's the more the amount of time together.
Okay.
I think when we get to that situation in January, it's not necessarily going to be the youthfulness. It's going to be more of kind of, we can get this guy in this position, this space to go get fouled. Or, okay, instead of this mid-range, maybe I'm going to get to the rim and force myself to get to the foul line. I mean, to me, it's one of those things where at the end of the day, we played one real Division I game before last night.
Right.
So not only are we have a little bit of youthfulness amongst our team and trying to add so many new pieces. I mean, this is the most new pieces that we've ever added to a San Diego State team since 98, 99 when Coach Fisher took over.
Right.
I mean, this is about as much as new as we've ever been. We've usually been, like I had mentioned earlier, the more experienced teams. We've had so much experience coming back. So this is all new, and it's something that we're going to continue to grow from. But yeah, I think as we go along, I think it'll be easier to get to the foul line than it was last night when we didn't. We drew those really early fouls early in the game.
Coach Dave Velasquez joins us here on Gwynn and Chris, assistant men's basketball coach. And Coach Velasquez, you talked about, and we're all seeing it. We're all seeing the landscape change in all of college sports. And one of the things we've come to know for a fact is that a San Diego State Aztec men's basketball team usually starts to crystallize after the new year, coming in January, February. Does that message get harder when you're having to bring in so many new faces? Because as you said, this used to be a university that you guys were usually the most experienced. And so having to hammer that in there may not been as such a big task, but with so many new faces, is that message harder to get across to the young men?
Well, we have a really coachable group. That's one of the things. You talk about the transfers that came in here. They all came in here to win.
Yeah.
Whether it was Nick Boyd playing against us in the Final Four and saw the type of winning program we had, how we played, how together we were, our chemistry, or Jared Coleman-Jones, who came from Middle Tennessee State, and before that was Northwestern. He had not gone to the NCAA tournament. He wants to go. Wayne McKinney from down the street, he wants to go. He wants to play in the NCAA tournament. So you have all these guys plus the freshmen and the new guys, along with the guys coming back. I mean, this team, you come here to win. So it's easy to, I don't want to say it's easy, but they understand, the task at hand, which is we have to win. And, yeah, we are going to play our best basketball in January and February. I think if you look it up, I think Coach Dutcher and Bill Self are the two winningest coaches in the last 8 years in February. I mean, our teams have gotten better and better throughout the season, and we're not expecting anything different from this year. But our teams also understand that there is when you come to San Diego State, not only do you come here to win, you're expected to win, and that's what our mindset is moving forward. And getting to watch film with half the team today, and we had the day off from practice, but the guys stopped by the office, and nobody's happy. There's no moral victories here. The job is to win every game we play, but at the same time, we learned a lot of great lessons last night.
What is it about Coach Dutch that seemingly attracts these type of players? I mean, because at least from the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like the type of mindset that frequents San Diego State's men's basketball program is a mindset that is out there in abundance. But yet the Aztecs seem to find these guys that fit. What is it about this program and about Coach Dutch and the staff that seemingly attracts these type of players?
I think a lot of people just want to be treated the right way. And at the same time, they want to be held accountable and also be a part of something special. And Coach Dutcher, the way he can handle, whether we had won last night or lost last night, I could be the first to tell you, being around him this long, he'd be the same person no matter what.
Yeah.
And he doesn't ride this crazy roller coaster ride. And for players, and you've been there before, you've had managers in the past that when you guys are winning a hot streak, you think you're the greatest hitter and outfielder in the world, and then when you guys are playing bad, you're the worst. I mean, he's never likes that. And I think players starts to kind of, that reputation gets out there, especially from former guys and guys that have been around him. He's about as normal of a head coach as you can be in any sport, and especially in college basketball. And he's just a great person, high character, and our guys, the families, they want their kids to be around that,
Yeah.
and their sons. And so it's there's a lot, but the winning culture is probably number one, and then just Coach Dutcher, who he is as a person, and we try to all carry ourselves that way.
We're talking to Coach Velasquez, assistant men's basketball coach for San Diego State. And I wanted to ask, because you were saying that the team is pretty young right now. Is it almost easier to coach up a bunch of younger players, or is it easier to deal with the veterans who you can teach in a different way? Because I'm a little curious about which side is easier to get through to.
I think it's always easier to get through to the veterans because for the most part, at least in a program like ours, they've had success.
Yeah.
So when you're not having success, you can always point to, well, here's you at the best version of yourself. And you can almost show them in the same situation, in the same jersey, with the same coaching staff. With a new team, they come in wide-eyed, but a lot of times you don't know what you don't know. And so some of the situations we were in last night was the first time we were in that situation together. And the way we asked them to guard defensively and how hard that is, and then offensively how we want them to play. It's it's a lot of times with the new guys, they're just, you don't know what you don't know, and that's not their fault. And that's why most teams that are experienced and together, they have early success, especially this time of the year. But as the year goes on, once teams get 10 to 12 to 15 games under their belt, then they start to find a rhythm. They've learned a lot of lessons throughout the year that we've been mentioning, and at that point you can get them. With the veteran team, like a last year's team, hey, Darion, I remember how you looked when you took us to a Final Four and you were the South Regional MVP. That ain't that person right now. You can kind of point to those things a little bit easier. And even and there's other guys. I use Nathan Mensah as an example for our new guys all the time. I felt like Nathan at times would just be like, I'll let this ball in the post. I know he can't score on me. When it's like, well, when the ball goes in the post, then we have to shrink. We have to do all these things. Nathan, keep the ball out of the post.
Right.
And you got to show him games where he had kept the ball out of the post. So.
That is funny.
It's a little bit easier on the coach veteran teams.
It's like when I have to coach up Chris or something. I have to bring Chris Antoni. I have to bring back the audio and say, yes, you guys did say this. 5 o'clock football hour is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football. Visit Buffalo Wild Wings every Tuesday for buy one, get one, half off traditional wings.
I certainly took advantage of some B-Dubs over the weekend. It was quite tasty.
Ooh, I've
been trying to convince my family to go there, but they've given me the stiff arm for like the last couple of weeks. So
I'll go with you.
I made them go.
Oh, okay.
And we all
Good.
had some wings, extra crispy.
Ooh, extra crispy,
I'm a dry rub guy myself, so they're quite tasty. Nonetheless, good show today. Back at it again tomorrow. Maybe LO is on. I think he's on, at least on early, right? Or is he not on at all? You know what? We're just gonna wait and see.
No, I think he's on early because he's already there. So
okay, therefore we'll be all three of us tomorrow. You guys enjoy your night. Back at it again tomorrow. Take care.
Scraby show next.
Oh, Scraby's next.
Scraby's next.